funding campaign. And that's why you see all these funny flyers around. And so if you want to support a really independent, no-profit journalism project about tech, well, this is the time, and so thank you. Yeah. And also, we come from a week where we had five trainings, and I heard that they were great. And so we had 72 trainees, and only 7% from Italy. So we had people attending and coming from 20 countries. So it was a great success. And these are some of the pictures from the training. You can see, yeah. The Epic Cat.
So this is the conference agenda for today. We have a full morning with 3 talks. Then we have a 2 hours lunch break at 12:45. So we'll see all of us back at 2:45 p.m. And the afternoon also pretty packed with 4 additional talks. For questions, we are not gonna get questions directly live. So please scan the QR code romhack.io/QA to ask your question to the presenter, and then we will read them at the end of each presentation to the speaker. From attendee standpoint, we have 1,100 tickets sold with people coming from 35 countries, and 170 students and 50 kids. I guess we already mentioned. Yes, applause for the kids. And when we sell tickets, we ask whether the attendees work on the attacker or defender side. And historically have been always the attackers, and we continue to see a majority of attackers, though the gap is getting narrow. So we'll see next year if the stats remain the same.
So for everyone, stay for all the day after the conference. We will have the after party, and we changed the location this year. And this is the location is Noctua, that is not far from there. Is like 10 minutes by walk, just 1 kilometer. I think that we have 300 tickets that we will give at the end of the conference to the people coming to the check-in. And this ticket grants you the snacks and 1 drink for free. But of course, we will try to manage also more people if they come. And because we have like, we can have a drink full drink for 10 euros. And so we will manage this stuff during the after party. So 300 people will have free ticket. Other people will pay 10 euros for the drink at the end. And other than that, I want to remind you that next year we don't have the conference, but we will have the 2nd edition of RomHack Camp. So from 25 to 27 September, here in Rome, we will have the RomHack Camp, and of course everyone is invited to join with us. So, probably you already saw at the entrance that we have some badge. We made this badge for why Hacker Camp in Amsterdam, and so we are selling this badge, and there is a custom firmware we made for RomHack 2025 that is like a CTF. So you can play with the badge, the CTF, and the first 3 people that solve the CTF will win a ticket for next year camp. That is good. So other than that, we finished this presentation. Thanking our sponsor. So here you can see our platinum sponsor. This year we have 4 platinum sponsors: Shielder, Hack the Box, Meridian, and RJ45 Lab. So please. So I remind everyone that sponsors are very important to us because this venue and the conference itself is very expensive. So you keep your stuff, gadget, shirts, whatever, for free because we have a sponsor that support the conference. And of course, also the training can help us to give you all this stuff. Other than that, we have 10 gold sponsors: ZTE, Olympus, LinkNet, StormShield, and OmniConnet. And Mentat, dMSA, S3K, Digimetrica, and CrowdStrike are also gold sponsors. Last but not least, our silver sponsor, Portswigger, Berit, B-Wave, and Pond Service, and Sync Security. So my eyes are not good. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the sponsors. That said, we have a page with job opportunities you can check if you want. This is the QR code, or you can use romhack.io/jobs. And that's it. We can start, of course. So
Okay, so let's kick the conference off with our keynote speaker, James Kettle, also known as albinowax. James is the Director of Research at Portswigger, the company behind Burp Suite, and one of the most influential figures in the modern web security. He has pioneered techniques like HTTP request smuggling, cache poisoning, and his tools and research have become industry standards worldwide. In his presentation, he'll show why the protocol still hides dangerous flaws and how new desync techniques can be used at scale. Please welcome James Kettle.
Hey. Is it working fine? Yes. Is it showing up on the screen? It worked fine in the tech check yesterday. It's not.
You have to just mirror.
I need the speaker notes.
Just a second. Mirroring.
Displays. Is it even recognizing the display?
Okay. Arrange.
It doesn't even think there is a display.
Retry.
Yeah, let's.
Yes. Mirror enter screen.
I don't want mirror. I want users extended. Hang on.
Okay. Stand.
Why is it not? It doesn't think there is an external monitor. It's not even recognizing the monitor.
Sì, sì, lo vedo. Non lo vede.
I've got some. Hang on.
Okay.
Wait.
We can.
I can't mirror because if I mirror, then I don't have my notes.
Okay, try to mirror. Maybe. No, non funziona la connessione, ma il problema di Apple, il messaggio di Apple.
Yeah, look. Users extended display.
No, proprio non lo vede la connessione.
Let me exit this. Okay.
Send me.
It's not even seeing it, is it? Let me get my adapters. Oh, is it? Is it working now?
Okay. So I extend to your desktop so you can send the file. Okay.
Hey, hey. That was exciting. Good morning and welcome to HTTP 1 Must Die. Have you ever had a good thing that went a bit too far? Maybe you got more than you bargained for. This is the 4th year I've spent researching desync attacks, and so I thought I knew what I was going to find. The plan was to neatly wrap up a well-understood attack class with some weird bugs and niche flaws on exotic targets. The long tail of HTTP desync attacks. But what I actually found changed both my perspective and the title of this presentation. So today, in this session, I'll share tools and techniques to enable you to embrace the never-ending horror of HTTP 1.1, navigate the desync endgame, and convince the rest of the world that it is time for HTTP 1 to die. This started back in 2019 when I realized that H1 has a fatal flaw. The isolation between individual HTTP requests is fundamentally broken. There's no single reliable way to tell where one request finishes and the next request begins, which means an attacker who finds the tiniest parser discrepancy between a front-end and back-end server can cause a desync, which usually enables complete site takeover. And what with HTTP 1 being an old, lenient text-based protocol with thousands of different implementations, finding parser discrepancies back then was not hard at all. At the time, it felt like using just this one technique, you could hack pretty much any website you wanted to. For example, I was able to use it to get persistent control of the JavaScript on PayPal's login page twice, just with that technique. But we knew what the solution was. If we deployed H2 for the upstream connection between the front-end and back-end server, it would basically eliminate the entire attack class. So, 6 years later, what's actually happened? Well, unsurprisingly, the industry hasn't done that. They have started using H2 for the connection between the browser, the client, and the front-end server, but then they generally just downgrade those requests to H1 to talk to the back-end server, which actually makes the desync situation even worse. And then, because yes, things were getting hacked, they decided to bolt on the ultimate security measure known as regular expressions. The result is a mess. Here's a classic desync detection probe. You send 2 requests, and if the target is vulnerable, the first one poisons the connection to the backend, prefixing the second request with the text shown in orange and causing the robots.txt response shown there. Now, if you try this technique on a modern target, chances are it will fail even if the target is really vulnerable. That's because it'll get blocked by multiple regular expressions on the front end, or the robots.txt gadget might not work on that endpoint, and people are using a tiny number of gadgets. And there's also just inherent race conditions, which means this approach is really unreliable for that reason too. And if you use strategies which do exist to avoid the race conditions, then you get even more heavily blocked by regular expressions. So basically, over the last 6 years, the industry has patched the detection methodology. They've patched the scanning tools, but they haven't patched the actual vulnerability. This has created what I call the desync endgame, where everything looks secure until you make the tiniest change to your testing strategy. Let's take a look at an example. A few months ago, I got an email from Vulns saying he'd found a puzzling vulnerability and would like to know my thoughts about what was happening. The attack was a completely normal desync. You send a request like this, it gets downgraded to H1, and it poisons the connection to the backend. So the next person to try to visit the target website gets redirected to his web server. And thanks to caching, that redirection could get saved, so we could redirect JavaScript files to malicious Java scrolls and get persistent permanent takeover of probably every page on the site. And this was all just working absolutely fine, except for one small thing, which is that when he ran this attack on that website, the users that were being hijacked weren't actually trying to access the target website. It was somehow redirecting people by compromising random third-party sites, including things like banks. So clearly, the server setup doesn't look like this. And after having a quick look at the target, I thought, okay, well, this must be a desync between the Cloudflare front end and Heroku's reverse proxy. So maybe we're exploiting random websites hosted on Heroku. But this was actually completely wrong as well. I discovered this when I set out to replicate his attack for myself. Because I looked at the attack and I sent it and I went, hang on, he's made a mistake there. This request has been blocked by Cloudflare's front-end cache. So this request has never left Cloudflare's infrastructure. So there's no way this is an issue with Heroku. And I thought, oh, this is just a bug. He's made a mistake here. And I corrected his mistake by adding a cache buster. And that made the technique stop working. So what does that mean exactly? Well, that means, right, Heroku has nothing to do with this. There was a period of time during which if you tested a website for request smuggling with H2 like this and you did it correctly, you did it the way following the exact methodology, you would find nothing. But if you happened to hit a static file with a GET request and forgot to specify a cache buster, well then, you would be causing a desync inside Cloudflare's own infrastructure, enabling you to persistently compromise almost every single website using Cloudflare. This is the desync endgame. Things look like they're secure, but you do one thing differently, and you end up hacking 24 million websites in one go. How do bugs like that even happen? Partly it's the sheer complexity of the systems involved. For example here, Cloudflare actually supports upstream H2, so we can infer they're receiving the request over H2, converting it to HTTP1 for internal use, and then converting it back to H2 again for the upstream connection, which is insane. But the core of the problem is the foundation. It's HTTP1. There's this idea that HTTP1 is a simple protocol and that makes it secure. But in reality, as soon as you start proxying HTTP1, it gets extremely complex. To illustrate that, here's 5 lies that I used to personally believe about HTTP 1.1. And every one of these is going to be used for an exploit in this presentation. When combined, the last 3 lies here mean that if you've got a reverse proxy, it needs state just to read the correct number of bytes off the socket from the back-end trusted server. And it needs special casing just to successfully read in the headers and know where the body even starts in that byte stream. And the entire response may actually arrive before you've even finished receiving the request from the client. This is HTTP1. It's the foundation of the web. It's made of landmines that routinely expose millions of websites, and we've spent 6 years failing to fix it. It needs to die. So, how do we kill it? We do that by collectively showing the world that upstream HTTP1 is insecure, that more desync attacks are always around the corner. And in the rest of the session, I'll show you how to do that. First, I'll introduce a new toolkit to handle the desync endgame. Then I'll share 2 entire new classes of Desync attack, exposing millions more websites. And then I'll take a focused look at whether H2 is a worthy successor and wrap up with a Q&A. During this presentation, I'll be following the research journey. So we're going to start out gaining knowledge, but not getting paid very much by way of bug bounties. But as that knowledge takes us further beyond the state of the art, things are going to rapidly get a lot more profitable. All bounties referenced in this presentation were split equally between everyone involved, and 100% of my cut has been matched by Portswigger and donated to a local mental health charity. So, to win at the end game, what we need to start is a reliable way to find parser discrepancies. And back in 2021, in a presentation at Black Hat Europe, Daniel Thatcher gave us one and published an accompanying tool. And I was so hyped by this presentation, I took the concept and expanded on it this year to make my own extra powerful tool from scratch. And this is now fully integrated into HB Request Smuggler version 3. This is an open source Burp Suite extension fully compatible with the free version, and it uses a broad range of techniques to analyze and classify how the target front end and back end are parsing the request and find discrepancy. So let's just take a look at a few examples. On this live target, by looking at the status codes, we can see that if we use a space to mask a host header, then we get a unique result from the server, which is different to what we see if we just leave out the host header entirely, or if we just send the host header without any obfuscation. And from those responses there, we can infer that we found a parser discrepancy. This particular one is called a visible hidden discrepancy because the mask header is visible to the front end but hidden from the back end. And these are usually quite straightforward to turn into a CL0 desync simply by hiding the content length header as shown here. Crucially though, if you run into any issues when you're trying to build this exploit, you can just adapt and deal with them because you know the underlying flaw. For example, on a different target, they were rejecting GET requests that had a body, but because I already knew the discrepancy, I was able to work around that by trying a few different things and eventually finding that using the options method resolved the issue. So that's what makes this approach so valuable. And then it combines loads of different headers and permutations and strategies, so it gets really nice coverage overall. For example, on this target, we're still using the host header, and we're still using a leading space to hide that header, but this time we're sending a duplicate host header with a malformed value, and this has found a desync on a web VPN used by a bank. In general, just a side note, web VPNs basically all have custom terrible HTTP stacks, so if you've got a web VPN, just don't put a proxy in front of it. This system even lets you predict vulnerabilities. So the RFC says you can accept a /n by itself on as a line terminator. And the scanner found this system, which is not doing that. So that means if this system was to be placed behind a reverse proxy, then you could cause a disagreement about where the body of the request starts and cause a desync. And obviously now that server wasn't behind a reverse proxy, so that server wasn't exploitable, but we traced the issue back to the HTTP library that the server was using, and that is widely used. Unfortunately, they haven't yet patched it, but I imagine that will be coming out fairly soon now. The tool also flagged a whole lot of systems running Microsoft IIS behind Amazon's application load balancer. And as we can see from the server banners here, this discrepancy is happening the opposite way round. So it's the front end that doesn't see the header and the back end that sees it. It's a hidden, visible discrepancy. These targets are lightly protected by AWS's Desync Guardian, which has a lot of regexes and is a bit of a headache when you're trying to do exploitation. So when I saw that, I thought, you know what, I'll park this, I'll put it on the shelf, and I'll come back to it later. And while it sat on my shelf gathering dust, Thomas Stacey independently discovered the same discrepancy and came up with a bypass for Desync Guardian using the single packet attack. So he was able to exploit those systems. And the interesting thing is that AWS didn't respond by patching the discrepancy. They only patched Desync Guardian. So what that means is that even now, these systems are still vulnerable to header injection, which can have a really serious impact in the right situation. If you want to secure yourself against that, you need to change a couple of settings on your load balancer. When I saw that, I said to AWS, you've literally got settings that mitigate this vulnerability. Why don't you turn them on by default? And their answer was that, well, unfortunately, lots of people use application load balancer, and some of those people have ancient HTTP clients which rely on sending malformed HTTP requests. So they can't make your system secure by default because it would make someone else's system break. Basically, when you use a cloud proxy, you're importing other people's technical debt into your own infrastructure. This finding is where things started to really get interesting. I'm absolutely gutted I can't name this target. They were very explicit that I couldn't name them because I'm going to be talking about this target for the next 10 minutes. So this finding, it's another hidden visible. And the obvious exploit for a hidden visible is to hide the transfer encoding chunked header from the front end, but they had a WAF or something that was blocking those attempts. So it forced me to ask the question, how do you exploit this? How do you exploit a hidden visible without transfer encoding? Well, what happens if you smuggle a content length header on this setup? That would be a 0CL desync, and this is something that was widely regarded as impossible. I even said it was impossible myself. That's because the front end, when the front end misses the content length header, that means it only forwards the headers to the backend server because it thinks there is no body. And then the backend server just times out while waiting for the body to arrive, which then kills the connection. In other words, as soon as you try a 0CL desync attack, you get a server-side connection deadlock, which is great if you just want to take the server down, but not so useful for getting actual desync attacks. But last year, while researching timing attacks, I stumbled on a solution by accident. I found that whenever I timed how long it would take to load a static file served by Nginx, I would get a negative response timestamp because Nginx was responding to me before I'd even finished sending my request. This was a nuisance in the context of timing attacks, but it showed me that sometimes servers do respond to incomplete requests, which is something that would let us escape this deadlock. However, that target wasn't running Nginx, it was running IIS. So, how do you make IIS respond early? Well, documentation is a wonderful thing, and this is a beautiful example of why. On Windows, Microsoft tells you, do not use any of these words to refer to a file or folder name because the operating system will think you're trying to access a device driver and then blow up. So, what happens if we do this? Well, it turns out on Nginx, that makes you on IIS, you hit a special code path, which means that they respond early without waiting for the body, and thereby this lets us escape the deadlock. That means that when the next request hits this server, the backend incorrectly chops some data off the start of it, and you'll probably see a response that says 400 bad request. Seeing this response happen was quite an emotional moment for me for two reasons. Firstly, I'd known about that device driver weirdness for over 10 years, and I always felt this looked suspicious, but I was never able to actually make use of the technique until now. Secondly, over the last 6 years of desync research, I'd seen so many inexplicable bad request responses that I actually made HTTP Request Smuggler report these as Mystery 400 findings, and this is the point when I realized they were probably all exploitable 0CL desyncs. So the first step, if you want to do a 0CL, is to find an early response gadget like that one on IIS. It's really easy on Nginx. The main well-known server that I've looked at where I haven't been able to find one is Apache. So if you find an early response gadget on Apache, I would absolutely love to hear about it. Now we know what's happening, we can start to move towards something that's actually useful as an exploit. So if you nest the second request line inside the header block of the second request and adjust the content length of the first request, then you can slice out everything before that and get a response as shown here. Now, this proves that there's a 0CL desync, but it's not really a realistic attack because our victim is not going to coincidentally have a payload to exploit themselves inside their own request. For a high-quality exploit, what we really need is a way to add our payload into their request rather than just chopping bits off. We can achieve this with a double desync. This is where things start to get a bit complex. This is a two-stage attack. So the first request causes a 0CL desync that therefore weaponizes the second request to cause a CL0 desync that therefore means the third request that comes from our victim actually gets exploited. Now, the cleanest conceptual way to do this is for the stage 1 payload to chop all the headers of the stage 2 payload as shown here. But in practice, this very rarely actually works. That's because front ends have a very annoying habit of injecting additional HTTP headers. And this makes all your length calculations incorrect and breaks the attack. I've released a script which will brute force the length of the injected header and make things kind of work, but it's still not very good in practice because these injected headers often contain values like your IP address. So what that means is you'll have a 100% reliable proof of concept, and then you'll give it to someone else. And because their IP address happens to be a different length, it will never, ever work. So it creates a replication nightmare. Fortunately, there is a better way, because virtually all servers, when they inject headers, they put them at the end of the header block. So if our payload can start before that, our attack, although it's now kind of ugly, will be much more reliable. In this example here, I'm chaining the desync with an input reflection feature on the site in order to reveal that the injected header's value is accept encoding identity. But once I'd figured that out, it was pretty easy to combine it with the head technique in order to serve malicious JavaScript to random live users on the site. The only other remaining hitch was that there was some kind of race condition involved in this, so it only worked if you sent at least a few hundred requests per second. In general, I would say if you're having trouble replicating a desync issue, sending requests faster may just solve the problem. Now, things got quite involved there, but the good news is we have published a Web Security Academy lab, so you can practice that whole chain yourself on a test system for free. And also there is a live stream on YouTube of me eventually successfully solving that lab, which you can watch as well. Now, we were able to exploit a decent number of targets with this technique, with the best payout coming from XNES and some more on the way, I believe. The only other thing to note here is that most of these targets were vulnerable because they were using a particular web application firewall which was introducing the vulnerability. So if they weren't using a web application firewall, they would have actually been significantly harder to hack. Now, at this point, I thought, great, I'm finally done. We're done. The desync threat is fully mapped, and any future issues are going to be weird niche flaws rather than big class breaks. And that is a mistake that I make every single year without fail. It took the next discovery for me to finally realize the truth, which is that more desync attacks at scale are always coming. Back in 2022, I tried out causing desyncs with the expect header, and I didn't find anything. But as it turns out, I wasn't looking close enough. The first clue this time round that the expect header is something special is that adding support for it to my HTTP client Turbo Intruder added a ton of complexity to a critical part of the code. And that's just a HTTP client. And everything is always worse for proxies, and complexity in HTTP1 means danger. Expect is intended to break sending a request into a two-part process so that clients can save bandwidth by bailing early. That's how old this feature is. But it's in the RFC, so everyone supports it, even though no web browsers actually use it. What it does in practice is it introduces statefulness into a whole area of the code that previously didn't need it, and therefore raises lots of nasty edge cases. And you can see this in many different ways on many live websites. For example, on this well-known site, if you send a head request, that's a special case, but that works just fine. If you send the expect header, that works just fine. But if you combine those two things, then they forget that it's a head request, which means they try to read too many bytes off the response from the back end, and you get a server-side deadlock, and the server goes down. And that's a kind of mild flaw as far as expect is concerned. For example, on some targets, you send expect, and they just dump server-side memory, including things like secret keys. When I went to report that one, I found, unfortunately, they'd shut down their bounty program, which was sad. Also, because expect triggers 2 response header blocks, it often breaks attempts to remove sensitive response headers. So, for example, on everything on the Netlify CDN, if you send an expect header, you suddenly get a whole ton of nice debugging headers coming back to you, which you may find useful. When I reported that to Netlify, they said, actually, that's a feature, but they did pay me for it anyway, which was a bit weird. Now, around this time, I got a message from a small team of full-time bounty hunters who had also noticed that the expect header was making interesting things happen. And this made me panic slightly because, in general, a research collision is not good news. But I'd already heard of these guys because of their research on T0 request smuggling, which landed 3rd in the top 10 web hacking techniques of 2024. And I figured, you know what? Since they know what they're doing, and they already know this technique, we might as well team up. Because hopefully with my help, with their help, I'll get more case studies. And ideally, with my help, they'll make more money. Let's see what happened. We immediately found that just sending a normal expect header causes a 0CL desync on a whole lot of targets, including some that pay really quite well. I think this is caused by a bug where when the front-end server receives the response from the back-end, it forgets that it hasn't yet received the body from the client, so it treats that as a separate request. Now, I chose this particular example because it was a great interaction. T-Mobile gave us a $12,000 payout, even though this only affected a single pre-production server. So I'll definitely be looking quite closely at their domains in future. This example is a similar technique, but there's a couple of interesting things that are different. Firstly, the attack only works if you obfuscate the expect header value by adding a single extra character. It's really advanced stuff here. And secondly, this domain holds the attachments to the 0-day vulnerability reports sent to GitLab's bug bounty program. Sorry, GitLab's bug bounty program. So wouldn't it be nice to get our hands on some of those? Now, on this target, we opted to go for response queue poisoning. It shouldn't necessarily be the first thing you try because it has side effects, but it's a truly glorious attack which results in the server sending everyone random responses intended for other users. And it can be hard on low traffic servers like this one, but we persisted, and after 27,000 requests, we got access to someone else's private vulnerability report and a respectable $7,000 payout off GitLab, plus some really nice payouts from other places that I can't talk about. The expect header also causes CL0 desync, such as this one, which gave us response queue poisoning on the entire Netlify CDN. So this time, the impact was even bigger because we were hijacking a continuous stream of responses from everyone on the entire CDN, which I think is still over 1 million websites. Now, we found this on a particular Netlify client that had their own bounty program, but it didn't make sense to report it to them because we were hijacking responses. They were all coming from third-party sites. And also, it mysteriously stopped working shortly after we found it. So we reported it to Netlify with all the evidence, and they said, because you found this by looking at a website out of scope of our own program, even though it affects literally 100% of our customers, we're not going to pay you for it, which was a bit disappointing. Normally, when I have a bad bounty experience, I don't talk about it in conferences because the drama and excitement distracts people from the technical content that I think people should be paying attention to, but this one is useful context for a decision that we're going to make in a couple of slides' time. This is the last desync attack in this presentation, and it's a very special one. Here it's giving us full control over auth.lastpass.com and netting us their maximum bounty because it let us serve content from entirely different websites on their domain. But there was more to it. This technique worked on a lot of websites. There's a few select websites where if you find you can hack them, you know you're onto something good. And with this technique, there was significant evidence that we could have used it to exploit example.com. This would have been super cool because I bet they get a lot of really interesting traffic from around the world. Unfortunately, they don't have a bounty program or a VDP, so it would have been illegal for me to establish whether this was actually possible or not, and we will never know for sure. But I'm going to try to persuade them to set one up in case this happens again. Most of the vulnerable targets were using the Akamai CDN. So this meant we actually had a choice about how to report this issue. We could report it to affected companies directly, or we could report it to Akamai only. And if they were to react the same way as Netlify, not get paid. So you can probably guess which option was more appealing. It was actually a tricky decision for me because I really value having a good long-term relationship with the CDN wherever possible. But when I collaborate with bounty hunters, I want them to make more money as a result of working with me, not less. So in the end, I said, you would have discovered this issue without me. So I'll just sit this one out. It's your finding, you report it, don't put me on the report, and I won't take a cut of the bounties, which is a decision that I have mixed feelings about to this day because they went on to earn over $200,000 from this issue. Now, these reports were well received, but things didn't go entirely smoothly. It turned out this vulnerability was fully inside Akamai's infrastructure, and so Akamai got flooded with support tickets from the clients. I became concerned about the issue potentially leaking out and getting exploited in the wild, so I contacted Akamai to help them patch it faster and got a $9,000 bounty for that. And they got a kind of a partial hotfix out quite fast, but it still took 65 days from that point to fully resolve all variants of the vulnerability. Overall, this experience was quite stressful for me, but I got some good dollar-backed evidence of the harm posed by HTTP1 because it took the total earned in this research to slightly over $350,000. So, defense. All the attacks in this entire presentation have been exploiting implementation bugs. So it may seem weird for me to be saying we need to delete and disable and ban the protocol. But the reason I came to that conclusion is that all of these attacks come from the same single protocol flaw, which is that there is no well-defined way of identifying the length of a message. And that's combined by two key factors, which are that HTTP1 is not simple if you're proxying it, and thanks to legacy clients, the approaches that we could make to patch this issue that would actually work, we're too scared of taking because they will break things. All these factors combine to mean exactly one thing, which is that more desync attacks are coming. To escape, we need to use HTTP 2 or 3. This protocol is not perfect by any means, but it has zero ambiguity about where each request stops and the next one starts. So although it is really quite complex and there will be implementation bugs, these are mostly much lower impact, with obviously the occasional interesting exception. So using upstream HTTP2 is how you fix this. You make sure your origin server supports H2, which it probably already does, and then you turn on upstream H2 on the front end, and the protocol will take care of everything else for you. Note that you don't have to turn off HTTP1 on the client side. You can still support things that only talk HTTP1. You just need to make sure that you rewrite those requests as H2 when talking to the upstream. The reason H1 is less dangerous on the client side is because those connections are not usually shared in between different users. Now, if you happen to be on Nginx or Akamai or CloudFront or Fastly, you can't actually do this. You can't turn on upstream H1 yet. So here are some short-term mitigations that you can use to try and dodge most of the incoming damage coming towards your website. But please understand, these are just short-term sticking plasters. The only way to use H1 and be completely safe from desync attacks is not to have a front-end server. Now, if you work in the offense space, I really need your help, because the #1 problem that we've got is that people think upstream H1 is secure. But together, we can show the world the truth. We can take these techniques, we can break them, get them fixed, and share our findings with the message that more desync attacks are on the way. To have the most success in this area, right now, you can take the off-the-shelf tools and you will find some nice bugs. But there's going to be a new wave of regexes which is going to stop those tools from working as well. So what you need to do is take them and tweak them, make small adjustments to them, try novel concepts, and you will have some very nice findings. I first gave this presentation about a month ago, and since then, some people have shown me some stuff they've found, partly using this research, and there's some very nice stuff out there waiting for you to discover it. For me, one key question with further research is, what's the next expect? What other features in H1 have serious desync potential? And this is worth looking at, but another cool thing about H1 is it's so poorly understood. No one even reads these RFCs, and that means there's tons to find even beyond the realm of desync attacks. For example, it's well known that you can use the trace method to leak internal headers if the backend supports it. But what if the backend server has trace turned off? Does that mean they're secure against this technique? Well, actually no, because there's an obscure HTTP header called max forwards. And this lets you request that any server in the entire chain execute your request instead of the backend. So that way you can exploit a misconfigured piece of middleware instead, and potentially find some nice juicy headers. HTTP1 remains an absolute goldmine for research. There's a lot of further reading available, including a full white paper and a lab. You can find everything you need linked from http1mustdie.com. And the 3 key things to take away are that this is not the end. More desync attacks are always coming. So if we want a secure web, HTTP1 needs to die. And it won't be easy, but if we work together, we can kill it. I'll take 5 minutes of questions now. If you have any more after that, I'll be around the conference all day just grab me and ask me, or just send me an email. Don't forget to follow me on social media. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, James. It was an awesome talk. Thank you very much. So we have quite a few questions. I don't know if I'm going to be shown here, but
Cool.
I can just read them. So the first one, do you think the SNI and APLN might be an interesting to look into to find new bug classes related to Desync or alike?
Yes, definitely. The SNI field especially is somewhere that is massively overlooked. We recently put support for customizing the SNI into Burp Suite in the repeater, so you can send custom payloads there. And it's definitely somewhere that's historically been overlooked. Basically, when tools don't expose the ability to do and attack, very few people try it. So it's definitely worth looking at.
All right, thank you. So next question. This is more methodology, more than technique. So how do you usually how do you deal with dead end in your research? How do you decide if it's better to give up or persist?
So knowing whether to stop or continue is one of the most difficult challenges in research. The main part of it is kind of intuition and hard to explain. But one key strategy is I plan things in advance. I say I'm going to spend one week, and within that 1 week, I need some kind of lead, like some kind of intuition, some kind of proof that this is viable. And then I try to get that as early as possible.
Okay, thank you. And I will ask one last question. Are you usually researching on prod targets, or are you setting labs where you have full observability? If the latter, have you ever tried to use a feedback-based fuzzer?
So far, I basically exclusively research on production systems. I have a Burp project file with 30,000 bug bounty sites in it, and I just throw payloads at all of these sites, and I see what happens. That's what enables me to find the completely crazy stuff, like that memory leak, that kind of scope of targets, or desyncs inside like CDN's own infrastructure. A bunch of these issues basically only exist in prod, so that's the best place to look for them.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for James. Okay, next up we have Denis Nagayuk. Oh, once. So, we're still running the conference here. If you can please like the volume down and thank you. Okay, we have Denis on stage. Denis is also known online as diversenok. Denis is a security researcher at Hunt and Hackett with deep expertise in Windows internals, kernel behavior, and low privilege attack surfaces. He enjoys turning obscure system quirks into lessons for defenders. In his talk, Attacking Assumptions Behind the Image Load Callbacks, he revealed how attackers can exploit subtle design gaps to trick drivers and bypass protection. Please welcome Denis Nagayuk.
Okay, thank you. So welcome, everybody. I'm going to present a talk about attacking assumptions on image load callbacks. So it's going to be a Windows internals talk. And so who am I? Why am I qualified about talking about this? I am a security researcher. I work at Hunt and Hackett, which is a cybersecurity company in the Netherlands, mostly specializing in managed detection and response. I personally do all sorts of Windows internal stuff, system programming, reverse engineering. I have social media accounts, and you might have seen me under this nickname with my contributions to NTDoc, System Informer, and PHNT header files. So the topic I'm going to cover today is a built-in Windows feature. It provides a mechanism for notifying that interested drivers, about the DLL image load events. So DLLs, dynamic load libraries, executable modules that Windows programs can load. And drivers can subscribe to these notifications. And it is generally considered as a reliable mechanism used by lots of security products because it is a very useful mechanism. There is a documented API for registering these callbacks for the drivers. And why is this topic important? Well, from the defender's perspective, it is a very natural point for inspecting loaded code, right? Somebody loads a library, and we want to log, analyze the file, and there are security products that expose this functionality. Sysmon exposes it as event 7. You can play with it quite easily. And of course, many antivirus EDR products. Another application, aside of scanning the file for viruses at this natural point of progression of loading, is to enforce custom code citing policies. So one example is a system informer. We're going to talk about it. It uses this functionality. But of course, lots of EDRs use those kind of mechanisms for implementing custom protections, maybe on top of protected process lights, which is a built-in Windows feature, maybe outside of that. And so as attackers, we're interested in that because if we break all of the above, we succeed, right? So from the application perspective, using this functionality is very transparent. You issue a load library call. It goes into NTDLL, into the loader code, then into a system call that maps NT-map view of section. Section here refers to a memory projection object. It's a kernel term for a memory projection, right? And inside Windows kernel, there's a function that invokes these image notify routines. So we should immediately acknowledge that there is a limited scope to this functionality. We need to know what it is and what it isn't, because it is a notification about image loads, not just any executable code. And why is it important? Because we can have private memory that is executable, right? Not all of the executable code is backed by an image file. There are also different types of sections, which are data sections. They can potentially also be executable, also not covered by this functionality. And since people consider this a reliable mechanism, the image load callbacks, that's why we have all these manual mapping techniques that try to just avoid it altogether. So from the driver perspective, the registration routine is documented on Microsoft website. A driver provides a function, a system invokes it. That's as simple as that. This is the prototype for the function. The callback receives the image file name, which is really nice, the process ID, where it happens, and a structure with image information. This structure includes a bunch of different fields, such as the base address, where the image is going to be in the address space, the signing level for Microsoft binaries only, unfortunately, and a bunch of different flags. And if we look at the extended version of this structure, we also get the file object pointer, which is going to be useful later. So when it comes to the behavior, we can immediately tell, since we receive the base address, we can use this base address to read the image at while the callback executes. So it's a post-operation callback. There is also no cancellation available. The callback routine is typed to return void, not an NT status, so we cannot change the return status of NT map view of section. We can still unmap the image because we have the base address, and in a driver we can just call NT unmap view of section. But there are some compatibility issues with that, because since we cannot change the status code, the function is going to return a successful code, but then we unmap the image, so the code is probably going to crash. So that's a bit of an issue. Also, it's a synchronous callback, which is quite nice. It's going to wait until the driver completes the execution of the callback until releasing the thread that performed the operation, unlike other asynchronous, natural asynchronous mechanisms like event tracing for Windows. And there is a pitfall. We saw that it is post-operation synchronous, which is an odd combination because the calling thread yes, it is getting stuck in the kernel because it's a synchronous callback. However, it's a post-operation callback, meaning the image is already mapped in the address space. So it is visible to all other threads, which is a bit of a problem if other threads can immediately access it, erasing the callback. And if we manage to find a way to prolong the callback execution, that's going to be quite useful. We can exploit it. So it's time to formalize the research questions we want to cover, right? We want to know about the operating system mechanisms that are involved in the execution of the callback. We need to know what is the API surface, the attack surface available to us for interacting with these mechanisms, right? Because we want to somehow influence the flow and maybe try to break some things. Then we need to analyze what assumptions exist. Specifically, there are two categories. Assumptions that are relied upon in the operating system to make sure to deliver the callback and provide all the necessary information in the callback parameters. And of course, there are some assumptions on the driver side, that drivers that use the callback, they probably want to do something with the file, maybe open it, maybe hash it, scan for viruses. All of these operations can potentially fail. And we want to violate these assumptions. We need to figure out how. And of course, from the defensive perspective, then we want to try to mitigate the damage and find ways to make sure that nobody can break this functionality. So a bit of context about files and section objects, which are memory mapping objects. Mapping executable code into memory from disk is a three-step process. First of all, we need to open the file. NT-open file, NT-create file, system calls that do that. They give us a handle to the file. Then we create a section object via NT-create section. And specifically, there are several types of sections, 2 or 3 depending on how you count it. We need sec-image flag, which corresponds to executable image sections. There are also data sections or page file-based sections. And then we map it, NT-map view of section. And important parts to notice is that step 2, creating section, requires a file. There are sections you can create without a file, but if it's an image section, it needs a file. And step 3 does not require a file. It only requires a section object. So by the time we created the section object, we can close the file, we can try to mess with it, delete it, doesn't matter. As long as we keep the section object handle, we can map it. And this is a level of interaction involved, right? It makes sense from the design perspective, right? We have the I/O subsystem that deals with files, and we have the memory management subsystem that deals with section objects and mapped memory. So because there is separation, there are more points of influence we can try to abuse. And of course, more caching and opportunities for mismatch. So here's the diagram we see. There is a file on disk, what we consider on disk, so the data, the content plus some metadata, the file name, etc. Then we have the file object, which is a kernel object that corresponds to something on disk. And then we have a section object that we create that references the file object. And then we have the mapped memory that references the section object. So if somebody needs to know the name of the mapped memory, it needs to go through this chain to ask the file object about its name. So when it comes to this callback, we need to, we already want to analyze some assumptions. And there are quite a few of them. Effectively, they cover all the operations that can potentially fail upon execution, either as part of the callback delivery mechanism or as part of the driver functionality. So the assumptions are, the file still exists. We are going to discuss them in more detail later. Its name is possible to query, an operation that can potentially fail. The name is correct. Maybe some cache issues. And then after that, we are done with preparing the parameters for the callbacks. The operating system is done with it. And it gets to the driver assumptions, where the driver is probably, if the driver doesn't do anything in the callback, sure, there are no assumptions. But if the driver tries to do something useful with the file, such as scan it for viruses, well, probably need to open it, which might fail. Probably might get redirected upon opening, which is a potential issue to consider. And then the driver will try to read it and assume that what it read from the file corresponds to memory. So a few different things that can go wrong. And here's the first assumption, right? The file still exists. The idea is the following. We have greater control over the lifetime since the creation is separated into several steps. And we cannot detach the file object from the section object. It's both our kernel objects. There is a pointer between of them in the kernel space. We don't touch that. However, we can try to mess with the file on disk via file system APIs and somehow detach it from the file object. And if there is no file on disk, there is no name to report. So maybe it's going to break the driver. And here's the technique. If you try to delete a file that is currently used by, maybe it's an executable that is being run or a DLL module that is being in use, being loaded, we cannot do that. If we try to delete a file that is that has a section assigned to it, the operation phase with status cannot delete. However, it only applies if the section already exists. Before we create the section, we can mark the file for deletion. Deletion is not an operation that happens immediately upon request. It happens when we close the file. Before that, the file is only marked for deletion. So what we can do is we open the file, we mark it for deletion. We still have the file handled, even though it's about to get deleted when we close it. But before we close it, we create the section object, and then we close it. Now we have a section object, and the file got deleted because it has the flag already set. Only setting the flag is restricted upon when the sections exist. If the flag is already set, the file is going to get deleted when we close it. So by the time we execute the callback, by the time we map the file, it is already gone. There is no such file, there is no name to report, no file to open. It's similar to a process ghosting technique, so it is a somewhat known idea. Other things you can probably do here, I'm not going to cover them in the slides, but you will find them in the presentation later on, the presentation that is going to be published. You can mess with files in different ways. For instance, you have scope for files, such as transactions. Maybe you cannot delete the file, but if you roll back the entire transactions, all of the files in this transaction are going to be gone. Again, another way to destroy files before we map them, even though we still have a section object. Or maybe we just nuke the entire volume where the files are located, such as mount an ISO, create a section, unmount, and then map it. By the time of execution, the same applies. We are going to have a callback executing on a section which does not have a file associated to it, like effectively a file on disk. The second assumption we will cover is about the existence of the name. Consider restrictions that we have on file names, right? There are some special characters that we cannot use, although Windows is quite relaxed in this requirement. But still, if there is a character that is not allowed, all of the APIs are going to block it. We cannot just create files with restricted characters. And even the well-known file names like con, LPT, that we mentioned in the previous presentation, these are only abstractions on the Windows 32 user mode level. Drivers allow them, and so only some characters are the issue. We can try to bypass this restriction by patching the volume, such as creating a malformed ISO file and then mounting it. But in my experience, it just gives an error about a corrupt file or a corrupt volume. So another restriction is the length. There are some restrictions on the name of the file. What are these restrictions? What is the maximum length? Well, if you think it is 260 or max path, no, not really. It is a legacy Win32 level user mode requirement. Still, there are lots of applications that will break above this limit, but that's not really a concern for drivers. Maybe you thought the answer how long the name can be is 32,767, which is a value that appears in documentation. And the answer is yes, but also no. It's not exactly the limit. And also, why this number? Well, the reason is simple. The value comes from how Windows addresses strings when it passes them to kernel mode from user mode. There's a structure called Unicode string. It defines a buffer that with a specific length. So when we want to pass a string, we prepare this structure and then pass it to a system call. And the structure defines the length of the buffer as ushort, which is unsigned 2-byte value. So values from 0 to 65,535. But it defines the length in bytes. So considering byte characters that are 2 bytes, it's going to be exactly 32,767. This is the limit how much you can address. You cannot pass longer strings to system calls. That's it. So here's the idea. Let's try to break this assumption, because file names consist of 2 different parts, right? First of all, there is the volume name. In Win32 terms, we usually deal with like C:, which is a symbolic link to \device /hard disk volume some number. So this is the name of the volume. And then there is the path on the volume itself, such as \Windows system32. File system drivers deal with the on volume paths, only the second component. And, wouldn't you know it, NTFS allows this part to be up to the Unicode string limit. So the problem is, the full name is slightly longer. It includes both the volume and the on-volume component. So if one of them gets very close to the limit, what happens to the overall result? It will overflow. You can have files that are addressable by the file system driver if you do a relative open operation, but they do not have a full name that is possible to use to just open the file, which is quite insane. It's a file kind of without a name, with a name, but without ability to immediately open it. And the way it looks is kind of fun. If we try it on sysmon, very, very long names, trying to load it as a DLL, sysmon either fails with integer overflow, so it knows it does some checks, or reports a broken name, such as like an empty string or a single character name. And of course, then the tool fails to hash the file and collect all the metadata about it, because it cannot really open it anyway. And on the bottom, you see a screenshot from System Informer. This looks really cursed. It is a truncated part of the file name. It overflowed beyond the 65K limit and underflowed the volume name part, which looks really weird. But that's what the operating system reports. Another assumption that is very interesting is that the name reported by the image section is correct. The problem with renames in general is that these are non-owning references. If you have a file handle or a file object pointer in case of kernel code, you are using the same file no matter what. If somebody renames it, you still use the same file. If you work with strings, all of the strings become outdated the moment somebody changes something related to file names. And that's a bit of a problem, because the callback provides you with the file name, which might get outdated. So what about queries against the section object itself? Well, the answer, whether it updates or returns a cached wrong string, depends on the underlying file object, because section objects do not cache file names. They ask the underlying file object. We saw on the diagram before, there is a link between section objects and file objects. And when the section object asks the underlying file system driver, something interesting is going to happen. We can perform a simple experiment, even without sections. We open a file, we rename it, and we query the name back from the file. There is anti-query information file that can retrieve lots of information, including the file name. And if we try it on NTFS, everything works as expected. NTFS tracks renames. It doesn't matter if you do it on the same handle or open the file another time and then rename it there. It's not a problem. However, if we look at the multiple UNC provider, landman redirector, or // localhost something, it's a local SMB redirector. This is a functionality built into Windows. You can use it without networking stack, pretty much. And it's a level of abstraction that fails to track renames. So if we open the file, we rename it, even on the same handle, the file still is going to report the old name, which it's also going to report to the image callback delivery mechanism. So the driver is going to receive the outdated name, even though there is an updated one. So because of that, since it reports the old name, which is not occupied by the moment we rename the file. We can plant something else there. We can find a way to put another file onto the place of the original one and make the driver believe that the file being loaded is another one, which is a very useful primitive. And then there is another interesting find. A user reported a bug in x64dbg. The x64dbg failed to resolve a file reported by an image load debug event. So it's a debugger. It receives information similar to image load callbacks for the drivers, but it's a debugging mechanism. And it looks like the file that the system provided has the wrong name. Somehow, somewhere, something broke, and then the image load event reported the stale name. So the user actually accidentally discovered an attack on rename tracking. And there was a long discussion trying to figure out what it is on the System Informer/Vinsiders Discord. You can check it out. So this is the attack. You can effectively discovered by a user accidentally. We cannot rename, usually, a parent directory of a file. The user was just moving stuff around, and what happened is that they renamed the directory that contains some executable files. Usually, you cannot do that if there are handles to the files. So if something is open in a directory, you cannot rename this directory. However, the restriction does not apply to section objects. So if you have a section object but no file handles, you can rename the parent directory, and it is going to break rename tracking. So here's the attack vector based on it. You have a directory, you open a file in it, you close the file, but before that you create a section object. And then you rename the directory, and now the file object cached in the section is going to continue returning the old name, even though we already renamed the directory. And again, we can plant something under the old name, some different file. And another assumption we covered, now on the driver level. The driver will usually try to open the file in the callback, because sure, maybe there are some drivers that just log events without opening files, but that's not very interesting. Usually you want to scan it. And are there any features built into the operating system that can prevent files from opening? Well, quite a few, but some of them are only user mode concerns, such as security descriptors. Usually drivers don't have an issue with that. Even admins can bypass most of the things that non-privileged users can throw at them. There's also sharing mode. Again, there's a flag for drivers to bypass, though it's not a real attack scenario. But it still can be useful, and it also can be self-inflicted. When you open a file, you specify what parts of access mask you want to share with other callers. So a combination of file share read, file share write, and file share delete. If you don't specify a flag, and there is an existing handle with this specific access, the operation is going to fail with status sharing violation. And there is actually an antivirus product that fails to scan a file if somebody has a delete handle on it, just because they decided to somehow, for some reason, they decided to open a file without the share delete. So they get a self-inflicted sharing violation, which is quite absurd, but that's what happens. And another feature that can block file opens is encrypted file system. There was a nice trick published by Jonas Luke on Twitter, where you go and encrypt in the properties the main executable of Defender. You encrypt it under your current user, and so on the next reboot, when the system user tries to start the file, start Defender, it's going to fail because the file is encrypted under different credentials, which is fun, but maybe not exactly immediately useful here. So what is? Well, opportunistic locks. It's the favorite mechanism for winning all sorts of race conditions when it comes to file system operations. Op locks can postpone file open operations until acknowledgement. So you open a file, you put an opportunistic lock on it, and then anybody who tries to open the file, so in case of batch uplocks, for anything beyond read attributes, write attributes, and synchronize access, they are going to get stuck waiting for you to acknowledge the operation. It is a very powerful primitive. There are many flavors of it. They can block open, write, delete operations. But specifically for our case, open is the best option. So here is the attack. We can abuse the fact that the callback is a post-operation callback. So we already saw when the callback executes, the memory is already there. So let's say we sacrifice a thread. We perform an operation. We try to map an executable file that is currently op-locked. So there is an opportunistic lock on the file. When we try to load it, it is going to execute the callback, which will, we assume, try to open the file and get stuck for acknowledgement. So our thread is waiting for the callback, and the callback waiting for our acknowledgement. But while we postpone the operation, the memory is already mapped. We can use it for another thread. So it might be useful. Another simple way to block the file open operation is to make sure it is a file that is pending deletion. The setup is very straightforward. We open a file, we mark it for deletion. Again, as I said, deletion does not apply immediately. It applies when we close the file. And we can also cancel it. There is an nt set information file with the file disposition information info class. We can set it to true. We can set it to false. But when it is set to true, all other attempts to open the file are going to fail with status delete pending, because the file is still there. It is still visible in the file system namespace, but it is not something you can open. So the callback is going to fail. There is another assumption. We are getting to the end of it. The operation, we assume, that opens the right file, right? Or at least the driver assumes. The correct name is actually not enough. Even though the file might return the correct name under which it was opened, the name can still be, first, ambiguous, and second, it can be redirected. And there are very useful ways to redirect files, including junction points, which are available to non-administrators. So also used in quite a lot of attacks, which we can apply here. However, there is a problem. Usually when we deal with, when we want to use junction points, we supply the file name or we plant a junction point under a specific location. Here, however, we receive the file name from the system that the system queried from the file object. And all the reparsed points, such as junctions, symbolic links, they apply on the open operation, which means that by the time the system queries the name, it already followed all of the reparsed points and resolved the file name. So usually, we are going to receive the full normalized name with all the intermediate points followed. And that's what happens on NTFS. However, the same multiple UNC provider, Landman redirector, comes to save us again. And here, we can also get some insight into why it shows, why it doesn't track renames. Because multiple UNC provider does not change anything about the file name. Whatever you specify on input, such as double backslash localhost, c:something something, including junction points, it is going to be the same string. You're going to get the same string when you query the name back. So here's the attack vector. We have some junction point. We open a file following this junction point. So using a name that has redirection in it. Then we create an image section, close everything, and then map the section. But wait, before we map the section, we modify the junction point. And the file is still going to report the old name. But now, even though it was the correct name, now it points somewhere else. And if the driver will try to follow it, it's going to end up in a different location, where, again, we can plant some other executable for inspection. And I also mentioned, aside from redirection, that there is a potential for ambiguity. And example is transactions. File system transactions work kind of a similar way to database transactions. They allow to group several operations at once and perform them as an atomic action, but there is also isolation. And a file can be in different states visible to the rest of the world and inside of a transaction. And so if we modify a file in a transaction, it effectively is in two states. Yet these two states share the name. The name is not enough to resolve the file. Maybe it is inside of a transaction, maybe it is outside. So usually drivers will assume outside of a transaction, of course. But it might backfire because the file have been modified. So it is a technique similar to process doppelganging in action because there is involvement of transactions and different states visible to the rest of the world and the transaction. And then there is an assumption of matching file and memory. Specifically because mapped images are copy on write. They introduce extra level of caching. And I'm not going to go into the details. We still need to cover mitigations. But there are some attacks on this level already known, such as false immutability reported by Gabriel Landau. And also process hyperdereking is a form of this mismatch between the file on disk and whatever gets mapped into memory as an executable. So why did I start exploring this functionality? Well, there was a story with Process Hacker and System Informer. Process Hacker is an open source task manager, very heavily Windows internals oriented. It's like Process Explorer by sysinternals, but open source and more in-depth functionality. It used to have a driver for providing extra capabilities. And even though using this driver required admin, Microsoft and some vendors did not really like it. So there was a bit of bullying happening with the old Process Hacker project. And at some point, there was a rebranding into System Informer, which was taken under the wing of the company owned by Alexei Ionescu. And now the driver of the new System Informer, it respects protected processes for modification requests, but still allows great insight into the functionality. You can see stack traces, handle information, etc., etc. And the goal of the rebranding and the driver-specific part was driver hardening. The idea was to protect the tool from abuse. There are some operations that the driver can perform that normal APIs do not allow. And we want to see them available in the UI. But also, we don't want code to be able to use this functionality for malicious purposes. Usually for these things, you would use something like process protection. However, it's not an anti-malware project, so there is no code signing as a protected process. And also, there needs to be some support for plugins. There are built-in plugins, which are coming from the same maintainers. But there is also some API that allows to create custom plugins. And we want to differentiate between those two to provide different capabilities when there are no unsigned plugins and when there is some external code involved. So we need to reinvent the protection mechanisms based on the driver. And there are a few obvious choices, such as handle filtration for process and thread objects. There is like a two-phase restart that creates it from a clean state. Lots of mitigations. And specifically for plugin differentiation, there is the support with image load notifications. So the idea is the following. I, as an attacker, want to plant an unsigned plugin to be recognized as the official signed plugin, so that the driver does not restrict its functionality. And what worked? Most of the attacks I described. All the name desync attacks that allow you to specify, to make sure the section object returns the incorrect file name. Content desync attacks and redirections upon the open request. So here's an example of an attack that used to work before we patched it. Let's say we have an unsigned DLL. We use any of the previous methods to create a mismatch on the name. We create a section object, maybe do some renaming or of the object or parent directories, or there are also some hard link options which you will be able to read in the slides, which I cannot cover during the talk. Too much content. And we want this unsigned executable to be cached, to cache the file name of a different file, the file that is digitally signed by the official maintainers. So we have this set up, and before we execute the attack, we do not have code execution in the protected process. Protected by the driver means, of course, not Windows protected. So there are some restrictions on what attacks we can use. But if we try to poison the file name, and then we start System Informer, it loads the unsigned DLL, but validates the signature of the wrong file, because it retrieves the file name as a callback parameter, opens this file, checks it for signature. Oh, it is our own file, allow all access. Even though the content in memory, the file that is actually being mapped into memory, is not the same that the file that the driver checked. So that was the attack scenario that worked and that we patched during driver hardening. So when it comes to trying to mitigate this kind of impact, there are a lot of things you need to consider. There are a lot of caveats and difficulties. First of all, always use the extended version of the structure. The regular structure provides you with the file name, the base address, and that's it. The extended version gives you the file object, which is much more compared to just some string. However, it does not solve all of the problems. The issue is that the file object that the image load callback provides is in a cleanup phase, and it is barely usable. You can try to query a name from it, maybe perform some basic operations, but overall, the handle to this file have been already closed, so it is in some limbo state where the object still exists, but it's not immediately usable for all of the things we want to. And Johnny Shaw, the maintainer of the driver hardening in System Informer, and we looked at trying to reopen this file object into the actual file. But unfortunately, we were not successful at it. We wanted to avoid file names altogether, right? If we can reopen the file, we can avoid file name attacks altogether. The problem is, to reopen the file, there is a functionality to perform a relative open operation. And this functionality relies on a file handle. There is no similar functionality exposed based on file objects. And we have a file object pointer, which we cannot upgrade because it's in the cleanup phase. It fails somewhere deep in the filter manager stack. So the main takeaway, at least for the fundamental, still try to use the file object as much as possible. When it comes to working with names, since we still cannot avoid it, honestly, we can try harder than the image load callback delivery mechanisms do. Specifically because we saw that the image load callback provides the string as the Unicode string data structure, which has a limited capacity. There is another information class and a function antiquary virtual memory that we can ask about the file name of a mapped executable. And this function does not have a Unicode string limit. So it can return more than these 32,000 characters, which is going to fit the name. And even if it doesn't, even if the file was deleted or destroyed by the volume unmount operation or something else, the function is going to give more insight into what exactly failed. Because if it fails, it's going to return a status code, such as status file deleted, or transaction inactive, or volume unmounted. So useful information. There is also a filter manager function that can return slightly different results compared to the normal name query, because there is some normalization logic and caching involved in the filter manager. So maybe comparing these two can be a way to uncover discrepancies. But the general idea is that you need to explicitly choose what to do with non-existing files. If you get a callback invocation with a deleted file or with a file where the name is messed up, do not try just go and use the default logic of ignoring it, like antiviruses often do. And in case of antiviruses, I guess it's fair. If you see an image load event and the image name is empty, there is no file name, what are you going to do? What are you going to scan, right? There is no file involved. But you usually want to do something, to make an explicit choice at least. If the name is correct, you want to open the file, and there are a bunch of pitfalls here. Such as avoiding access checks. Drivers can easily do that. There are the W and IO functions specifically for kernel callers. There are flags that allow to bypass sharing access checks. There is a way to retrieve the transaction context. So you need to be aware that there are transactions, that if there are transactions associated with the file. There is a flag that allows you to skip the op-locking checks. Specifically, you specify this flag, and if the file is locked by an opportunistic lock, the function is going to succeed, but with a special status code that says, if you try to do something with this file, you're going to get stuck. So don't do that. But at least you don't immediately just get stuck upon until acknowledgement. If you want to avoid redirections during open operations, there is a useful object attributes flag, don't reparse. Although there are some compatibility concerns here, as we saw that the file system redirector, the multiple UNC provider, does not immediately discard or resolve all the symbolic links and junction points. So there might be some issues where it breaks things, so beware. And of course, you can also try to compare the object that you opened with the object that you got from the image load callback. That is an essential part of the current protection now. There is a kernel function called nt-rmapped files the same, which is a very descriptive name, and it's a very interesting concept. You give it effectively two files, but slightly in directory. I will explain in a moment. And it tells you if these two files refer to the same on-disk file, which is very useful, because if they do, you know that you were not redirected upon open operation. Unfortunately, this function is not very convenient to use because it does not receive two file handles or two file objects as parameters. It receives one address of a mapped memory projection as an image and as a data file, which is quite obscure and weird, but if you satisfy these requirements, that is a useful function. If you don't, it does not have a very complex logic. You can try to re-implement it by just copying the same functionality. It accesses some fields in control areas and section pointers. And when it comes to reading content, there is difficulty here. Really, just don't depend on validating the file. What matters is the code in memory. It is the code that gets executed. What happens on disk, sure, it might be useful for static signatures, but this is not exactly the thing that is the crucial here. So validate memory, not file. And if you do want to touch the file, be ready to use the mapped IO because there are some features that allow file read operations to be blocked. I haven't covered it, not enough time, but it is in the slides, and I also wrote a blog post mentioning this technique once. And also, there is a functionality to do image coherency checks. You can find this feature in System Informer. Effectively, what it does is it compares the data on disk and the content in memory. Kind of byte by byte, but with the difference that executable files, they have slightly different layout on disk and in memory. There are some relocations that can be applied. So after accounting for these things, you can compare how well two files match. And if they don't, something is off. You are looking at the wrong file. Or maybe somebody achieved like cache incoherency. So is it a vulnerability, or any of the attacks are vulnerabilities? Well, not really. These are interesting quirks of behavior which you can use to exploit things, probably, with security products. And we saw with System Informer, there are actual issues that were in the driver. However, when it comes to Windows code integrity, the functionality that is responsible for implementing authenticity checks for protected processes and drivers, it does not suffer from any of these problems. It does the things correctly, and we should copy that. We should do like code integrity does, because it validates the memory, not the files. it does open files, but it cares not that much about the actual content. What it wants to see is memory. And it's not too optimistic to grant, say, approve that there is a digital signature, even though there are some potential mismatches. So the takeaway here is it is a very interesting mechanism with lots of caveats and lots of potential attack vectors. And there are more possibilities to uncover. I did most of this research in pretty much a single tool, File Test. It's an amazing tool that covers almost all of the file system APIs that you can invoke. It's a GUI tool for issuing file system API calls. If you want to start, that's the starting point, a great opportunity. And you can immediately try things on Sysmon because it's transparent configurable. I want to thank Johnny Shaw, the maintainer of System Informer's driver and its protections, for the in-depth discussions on the mitigations. And if you want to see more content about the same topic or similar overlapping ideas about file system attacks, I wrote a blog post. There are several blog posts that I mentioned in the slides. Also, the last two links are for similar things, but on Linux and macOS. They also suffer from a lot of difficulties. So thank you for your attention. I have a few minutes for the questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Works? Yeah. So we have 3 questions for
Sure.
you. So I will start from the first one, the longer. So is the overflow via long file names an actual overflow from user to kernel land, or is it safe from a memory management perspective and it's more of a functional issue which breaks the file name story mechanism?
As far as I know, it's more of a functional issue. There is no actual buffer overflow appearing. There is the buffer length overflow. So because the system cannot address a string that is too long, it is going to address the overflowed value, which is very short, as we saw on one of the screenshots, where, like, as I said, it looks very cursed. Because the name overflowed to the start and showed only the first several characters, even though the kernel memory has the full strings involved. So as far as I know, there are no actual memory corruption vulnerabilities here.
Okay, thanks. So next one. Are the techniques used to abuse this already detected or easy to detect from a behavioral perspective by EDRs?
That I'm not sure, because a lot of detections from the EDR perspective are quite obscure when it comes to the functionality. Like, it's a black box, right? So you cannot immediately tell what it does and what it doesn't. You need to reverse engineer it. And there are certain opportunities for detection, such as trying to compare different compare information on different levels of abstraction, right? We saw some indirection involved, and within this indirection, you can try to query from multiple different sources or using multiple different ways. And if you see a mismatch, you know something is wrong. Or maybe it's another quirk of Windows functionality, who knows? So I'm not sure about the actual examples of detection for these things, but certainly possible, and yeah, that's just weird quirks of functionality.
Thanks. And last one, how feasible is a scenario where you don't have admin permissions? Is it necessary for the virus to have at least local admin permissions?
So none of the attacks that I mentioned require admin permissions. All of them are low privilege attacks, maybe not as low as like a sandbox subcontainer type of functionality, but things like deleting files, working with renaming, creating image sections, none of these things require admin permissions. So these are low privilege attacks. Even though we are attacking a driver, we are not violating security boundaries here. So it's not that important in this use case, but I do prefer low privilege attacks, and there is a huge attack surface available when it comes to manipulation on the file system level. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Denis. Thank you, Denis.
Thank you.
Applause. So our next speaker is Leon Jacobs, CTO of Orange Cyber Defense SensePost team. Leon is a researcher who specializes in Windows services, reverse engineering, and exploitation. His work behind this talk has uncovered multiple CVEs and highlighted the risks hidden in vendor software. In his talk, he will walk us through a week-long dive that exposed serious flaws in privileged tools, starting from a single, surprising browser interaction. Please welcome Leon Jacobs.
All right, good morning. Can you hear me? I think so. Okay, thank you for coming to my talk called 7 Vulns in 7 Days, Breaking Bloatware Faster Than It's Built. I'm going to take you through a bit of a journey of what was about a week of discovery of learning how broken bloatware is. The story starts during my summer holiday where I'm playing games. I really enjoy playing games. I spend a lot of time doing this. But after one of these long sessions, I sort of close whatever I was doing, and I have a little pop-up on the side. And at this point, I see Ace's driver hub, appropriate for my computer, is asking me to click here for one driver update. I click this update, and a browser opens up to driverhub.aces.com. Not really too sure yet what this is about, but it's fine. I sort of go through and click the relevant driver, let it update. And eventually, I'm just presented with this modal, a browser modal asking me to restart my computer now. Now, I've been thinking a lot of things at this point, but when I got here, I was really wondering what was cooking. Is this a cloud service? Is this an interaction that's asynchronous in some way? Like, really, what is cooking here? Anyways, I get back to the modal, I hit restart, and instantly, my computer starts rebooting. Like, really fast. I have a good internet connection at home, but this is suspiciously fast. The computer comes back up, and I'm immediately back at the driverhub.aces.com site, opening the inspector, and I realize that it's interacting with a web server that's running on my computer. I didn't realize this web server existed up until this point. That was the end of my summer holiday gaming experience, and I now started digressing over to some more reversing. So in this talk, I want to tell you a little bit more about that. Before we get there, a very quick bit about me. My name is Leon Jacobs. I'm from South Africa, and I work in Orange Cyber Defense's SensePost team. I really enjoy researching, hacking, building stuff, and you'll probably find a lot of my open source contributions on GitHub. Today, I want to tell you this story about a bunch of bloatware that I took a look at and the vulnerabilities that existed in there. We're going to be looking at Ace's Driver Hub, MSI Center, Acer Control Center, and Razor's latest Synapse 4. All of these products have been fixed, so if you insist on still running this stuff after this talk, at least update to the latest version. You're going to see usage of a whole bunch of tools. Most of them will probably be familiar to you, and we're going to look at a whole bunch of code. I've taken quite a bit of effort to try and focus on the bits of code when we need to look at that, what you need to look at, and what it would mean. But if you want to look at the slides later, you absolutely can. With that said, let's focus in on Ace's Driver Hub for a moment and the 2 CVEs that I found there. One of my favorite tools to get a sense of what sort of processes is running on my computer is Process Explorer. Opening Process Explorer and sort of seeing what's related to Ace's Driver Hub, I see 2 processes that look like this in this tree. The adu.exe had a TCP port that it exposed. This has allowed some TCP connection to happen. Now, at this point, I wanted to play around a little bit, but I realized if I'm going to do some vulnerability research, I probably want to move this stuff into a virtual machine. A snapshot, the ability to revert, etc., is really handy for long-term research. However, if you try and install Driver Hub on a VM, it appropriately tells you this is not an Aces product. In fact, it's a Parallels VM, which is fine. Thankfully, this is not a hard check to get past. You could open that installer executable in something like Binary Ninja, find the check that says, is this an Acer's product, and patch it out. Once it's patched out, save the new executable, and the installation should complete. Fairly easy. With it installed in my virtual machine, though, I get to a point where it now has the browser telling me, again, and appropriately, that this is not an Aces product. Fine, I can take that. But I'm also at a place now where there's interaction between the browser and what I now know is that local web server. So, using our favorite tool, Burp, I'll inspect the interactions between that client, the browser, and the local server, And there's one flag that the local web server tells me on an initialization routine that this is not supported. Thankfully, I can flip that false to true, and suddenly my product is supported. It gets you to a screen like this where, sure, I don't have any appropriate drivers, but I can install this Armory Crate installer. I'm now at a place where I was initially, but in a virtual machine, allowing me to instrument and inspect this environment a lot easier. So back to those two processes, the one we're going to focus on today specifically is adu.exe, because it's listening on this TCP port 5300. If you were to open that in Binary Ninja and sort of follow string references to get a sense of what's happening, you'll eventually end up on a section which looks like HTTP endpoints that you may have seen already while interacting with it. Following where this reboot reference exists, at some stage you'll end up on some code, which is a very simple implementation for running exit windows, the Win32 API that you would call if you wanted to reboot your computer. So to sort of put all of that in perspective, the way this ACES driver hub really works is you browse to the public website, some JavaScript makes fetch requests to the local web server that ultimately makes some Win32 API calls in a C world. Now, if I wanted to play with this, I sort of wanted to get to a place where I could replicate this request and fiddle with it. One way to do that would just be to wire up some PowerShell one-liners so that I can continue experimenting with how this works. Over here, I'm just making a very simple post request to that reboot endpoint that's on my computer. Again, the intention here is for me to get a sense of how does this work. When I make this request, I get an access denied response. A little bit strange, but that's fine. It's already something to look at. What's really nice about a lot of these products is they have a lot of logging. They'll tell you what's wrong. One of my options here is I can go and look at what the code flow is server side, or I can just read logs. In this case, you'll find that that adu.exe emits quite a lot of useful logging, and it sort of gives me a hint on the first issue over here, where there's a context around an origin telling me that there is the access denied error emits from there. Now, I made some inferences here. If there is an origin, we've seen an origin header before. So in my PowerShell one-liner, I just add the origin, make the request, and a new error comes up. Now, if any of you have done this kind of work before, you know a new error means progress. So I've made some significant progress at this point. However, still back at my logs, I can now see, great, I've passed the origin check, but there is this misspelled word entry followed by a line saying, the request body is empty. That's a really useful hint that, okay, it's a post request. Often we need to have some body attached to that. I have two options at this point. I can continue in Binary Ninja and figure out what that request might look like, or knowing that these requests are emitted from a web server, I can look at the JavaScript source code where that might come from. Again, as you probably would expect, it's a minified mess, and it takes a little longer than I initially anticipated. But at some stage, you'll come across a block that looks like this, that really says there's a post body that's stringifying two keys, the events and the command key. Change that over to my PowerShell one-liner, where I have the command to reboot as an event, and I've now replicated the reboot that I have on my browser. Okay, so with that out of the way, I want to talk about the first bug in this context. And it's something I'm just going to call the string contains bug. I don't really have a fancy name for this. To understand this bug, we need to have a quick segue in knowing how origin header checking usually works. Imagine a browser with two tabs with exactly the same content served from a different domain. It's exactly the same replica of each other. If we were to replicate the reboot feature, in whichever tab you're busy with, that fetch request would make that post such that the reboot is asked for. As a security feature for the browser, though, it would add an origin header. A developer cannot control this header, and this is a way for who receives the request to sort of try and identify who made this call. The way this is implemented in adu.exe goes, if this is from aces.com, the request is accepted, but if it's not from aces.com, the request would fail. And it's sort of a way to prevent anyone from connecting to the web server, which sounds like a great idea. Usually while I'm reversing these kinds of things and I find code that's called quite often, and I don't have exactly the right idea on what it's doing, I'd rename the reference with a bit of a question mark. So in this case, at some stage in the past, I found a function that looked like it was doing a string contains, I think, and then specifically this call or invocation to that function jumped out at me. This code was part of the origin header checking, and as a string contains is the name I gave for it. If you go into the function to sort of see how this looks, it's really just a mem compare over an iterator, checking each byte over time. To visualize what this might look like, imagine you want to check if driverhub.asus.com matches the asus.com origin. The iterator will pass along until it's finished with the string, and it will return OK, exactly as you would expect it to do. But what if you gave it driverhub.asus.com.local? The iterator will continue, and when it reaches .asus.com, it's happy, ignoring the .local part at the end. This means I can invoke that reboot request from a non-asus.com origin, which is great. Another way to reboot a computer. With what we have so far, you could use this and send it to your friend, say, cool, click here, and your computer reboots, and they're off Discord or whatever you're doing. But more importantly, we have the ability to have arbitrary origins interact with this driver hub web server, not the way it's intended to be. Now, rebooting computers is a lot of fun, but it's not really the sweet spot. What we really want is to get code execution. The driver hub, the adu.exe program, has many HTTP endpoints. One of the more interesting ones is the update app one, and I think you can already see where this is going. Looking at the JavaScript side, we can get a sense of what that request looks like, and if we focus in on the payload, we can see URL as one of the keys of something that you might want to populate. In my case, I go for pwn.local, add a random executable, update my PowerShell payload so that it can see, so it mimics what that request might be, and it obviously fails. But I have this amazing logging that tells me what's wrong. You see, the URL doesn't have this .asus.com part in it. Thankfully, we already know about the string contains bug, so we just changed our URL to now have a .local endpoint, which is a domain I obviously control, and we're back to our log to see how far we got. It's not successful yet, but there's a new error. And in this case, there's a signature validation related line that we get. So we've gotten to a point where anyone can invoke this endpoint, but you can't run any sort of executable, which wasn't great. So the next part I decided to focus on is how exactly does this signature validation work? Well, you see, it looks like if you have a PE executable that just contains a property with the name Asus Tech Computer Inc., your binary is signed. The reality is, thankfully, previous researchers have tools that will let you copy a signature from a legitimate binary to some arbitrary other one, mimicking properties, specifically realizing that this is not a validly signed thing. It just looks like it is. So, stringing all of those things together, I want to show you a demo of what a one-click RCE in Asus Driver Hub in a vulnerable version would look like. In the demo over here, on the left-hand side, imagine this is a victim's browser. They arrive in your URL in whichever way it might be. You're browsing a weird website and you get redirected. Your friend sends you a link on Discord. Imagine whatever is possible over here. On the right-hand side is really I'm just going to tail the logs for the Driver Hub web server so you can sort of get a sense of what the execution looks like. So first things first, we start tailing the logs. On the left-hand side, I browse to my POC. It takes a second to interact, and we get code execution with one click. Now, thanks. Of all of these components in Driver Hub, though, everything runs as a normal user. You're not getting elevated code execution at this point. But knowing the kinds of computers where the software runs, you're usually an administrator with a UAC level in the default, at least showing you that some elevated action is being requested. Well, it turns out if you, in some cases on Windows, there are some heuristics that Windows tries to automatically determine, is this an installer, it might need elevation, etc. You can make that more predictable by signing a side-by-side manifest, or a UAC manifest is what some folks call it. That manifest looks something like this, which really just says if you run this, please try and run this in a higher integrity level. If you have Visual Studio installed, you can run empty.exe, pass it the path to where the manifest is, and tell it which executable the manifest should be applied to, and which resource position. Visually, you may have seen this kind of stuff before with the little yellow and blue shield that when you double-click it, you sort of expect that little pop-up, and if in a corporate environment, you might need to put in credentials, or just press OK if you're an admin already. In the case of Asus Driver Hub, though, in the way adu.exe works, that UAC prompt does not appear. So if you were to apply this manifest to a POC, and it's run with a user that is an administrator with UAC on its default, it's effectively a bit of a UAC bypass. So in this case, the POC adds a local user to the local administrators group. Talking about how pervasive this is, though, I did wonder how did this stuff end up on my computer in the first place? It turns out my BIOS has a setting to automatically install this ASUS driver hub when Windows is installed. So this gives you a bit of an idea of like someone might be running this stuff without realizing that they have it, which isn't great. So in summary for ASUS driver hub, it's either an alternative to reboot your friend's computer or a way to execute code, and depending on the privilege, it could be a higher context. It can auto-install itself if you have this setting on in your BIOS, which is on by default. But effectively, it's really just a misuse of this really strange RPC mechanism. Using HTTP from a browser might seem convenient for users, but as you can see, it can be quite detrimental from a security perspective. Something I'm really excited about, though, is there's a draft Chrome spec which tries to gate access to local network endpoints. It'll be much like how if your webcam or your microphone gets access, there'll be a little bit of a pop-up saying this website is trying to access a local resource, which I think is a really nice way to sort of avoid this unintended execution later. Finally, the disclosure was a little messy, but I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. So this is still in my holiday. I'm sort of 1 or 2 days in, and I'm a little excited. I found a cool bug. Admittedly, I'm shaking a little, like, what does this mean? What can I do? Etc. But it wasn't long until I realized, what are other vendors doing? I'm a little upset, and I think, if this is how it starts, how's the end of this journey going to look? I decide to Google around. ASUS driver hub alternatives. What are other vendors, other products? And by random, really, this is where the targets are. I had a long list of targets I could obviously go through, but I decided I'm just going to go for whichever one gives me the highest chance of vulnerability quickly. Unfortunately, the next one was MSI Center, and there were 2 CVEs in this case. The interesting thing about MSI Center is when you install it, they ask you, when you run the software as a local user, please add your local user to the local admins group. This is the way the software is supposed to work. Which is interesting because if you look at all of the processes that back the software, everything's already running as admin. I don't understand why me as a user also has to have the GUI as an administrator as well. But anyways, like before, if we look at one of these processes, you'll see MSI Central servers listening on 2 TCP ports. And I already, from what I've seen before, I sort of got a sense of where this might be going. Now, when you open the GUI client and the way it interacts with the web servers, some of the communication, based on the fact that this is TCP, we can intercept that with Wireshark. And looking at it in Wireshark, you'll see something that looks like this, an arbitrary byte stream that I'm not too sure what this means yet going in, and a response that looks like JSON, like that's something I can interpret. So while it's not HTTP, it's already an interesting thing to take a closer look at. The client for MSI Control Center is written in .NET, and really at this point it becomes a bit of a code review. I'm not doing any weird debugging or strange symbol renames. It's quite easy to sort of follow along on how things work. We're not going to go through all of that reversing, but I'm going to highlight 4 key points on what you'll learn here. MSI Center starts with a launch server invocation. It does some housekeeping and essentially opens a TCP socket to accept new connections. It registers 2 callbacks that run some code when a new connection comes in and does some dispatching when some data is sent. When data is sent, though, whatever you are sending gets serialized into a normalized structure and then sent along with the data response function. Inside of MSI Center, they have this idea of commands, and they're defined by these sort of byte arrays. Here's an example of a reboot and uninstall command, but you sort of see when you read more of msicenters.net, there are many other commands that are implemented as well. Based on these commands, the way they sort of figure out what should I be doing is having this sort of dispatcher thing that they have going. You see, when some bytes are sent in on the socket, if it matches a command, there's this really, really big, messy if-else statement that gives you an idea of where the code must go next. It makes it surprisingly hard to reverse when you're getting there. A fuller example of what the shutdown might look like is something like this, where we're comparing some bytes that came in. There's a little bit about a plugin loader, more on that in a second, but finally does this restart by just running the shutdown now command. So with what I've learned so far, I figured the exploit or the way to interact with this is very easy. I just need to reconstruct those bytes and send it off to that TCP socket. Nothing really hard. Except when I do exactly that, nothing happens. I haven't found logs yet, but I figured I needed to take a closer look at that protocol. You see, the first 4 bytes over here are bytes I haven't really found in the code. I'm not sure what this represents yet, but the bytes that follow that, those are familiar to me now. I've seen them match other of like the reboot and uninstall command. So for my POC, I decided I'm just going to take the 4 bytes I've seen already. I'm just going to put it in the front and sort of hope. And that's exactly what I've done here. You won't believe it, when I send this along, my computer reboots again. And that's my POC for the initial way and how I can interact with that. Now, it's interesting that I can reboot, but more importantly, from a lower privilege context, I can interact with a process that's running in a higher privilege context. This is a very exciting primitive. Before we talk about some vulnerabilities, I want to take a quick segue into the software architecture of MSI Center, because I think it's quite interesting. There's clearly a large team working behind this, and they sort of have a way of working so that different teams can plug in different pieces of code. MSI Center has this idea of a component loader, where the program files directory, when it starts up, gets scanned for any DLL that matches this pattern, API_.dll. So if you want to write code, you want to write a component, you'll have a DLL that matches this pattern. Those DLLs, all of them, tries to be loaded and has a specific entry point that gets matched. And once they're registered, they have an ID that gets written to the registry. When you look at this a little bit closer, what it really means is each of those DLLs as a component have a unique ID, and each one of those components implement unique commands. So when we reverse that back to what we saw on the TCP stream, the first 4 bytes actually tells us which component / which DLL we need to target, then which command do we want to run in there. From a TCP socket perspective, once the data is sent in, this sort of dispatcher runs, which goes, what is the component ID, send the rest of the bytes off to that component, and hopefully it knows what to do with that. Cool. So now knowing how this stuff works, let's talk about the first vulnerability, which is an LPE in MSI Center. One of the commands that I found is this auto-update SDK. The component has that ID, and it lived within the main MSI Central Server module. The command itself accepts 2 arguments. One is a target, and one is some arguments. So you could probably see where this is going already. The way that works is, when you want to run this target, is whatever you want to run gets copied to C Windows temp. Once that file is copied over in a predictable name, it runs another function which does execute task, which actually schedules a Windows scheduled task to run immediately. Once that's done, before the scheduled task happens, there's a quick code signing check that happens. Unlike the ACES example at this point, they're actually using the code signing check effectively. WinVerify Trust actually checks that this is validly signed code. So without having MSI's code signing certificate, I won't be able to run an arbitrary executable. That kind of left me in a little bit of a kicking rock state. Like, I found this very juicy, obvious way in which I can interact with the privileged service, but I can't run code. Until I realized, let me take a look at this flow again. You see, if we zoom in on how AutoCommand Update SDK works, the first step it does is to copy this target, like I've said. So imagine we have prog.exe, it gets copies to MSI Center SDK.exe. The verification happens after that, which then runs the WinVerify Trust over that copied version that we have. Finally, the scheduled task gets created, and that means that that MSI Center SDK will get run as system fairly soon after we're finished here. The problem here is the binding between the verification and running the scheduled task does not exist, which presents us this opportunity for a race condition. If we very quickly invoke this function more than once, we can get to a case where how does the scheduled task know which target it's going to run? To visualize that, imagine I try run copy target very quickly. Once with a legitimate target, this MSI toast server, I don't know what it does nothing when I double click on it, so it was a handy target. What made it more attractive, it's validly signed by MSI. The other one could be my exploit, the pwn.exe. Once those targets are copied over and the verification occurs, like I said, how does the scheduled task know which one it's going to run? Of course, the verification will fail for pwn.exe, but there is a window of opportunity there where the executable actually exists. So my exploit plan here is to race execute and have 2 threads. One loops copying over the legitimate toast server, who knows what it does. The second one is then my exploit that tries to add a local user. And again, the scheduled task now doesn't know what to do. So we're going to look at a quick demo of doing exactly that. This is going to be, it'll just be some command line stuff. MSI Sensors GUI is running at the back, the vulnerable version. We'll start by checking the users on the system, then try and add an MSI user. This will obviously fail, which I'll then invoke the exploit, which is going to take a target argument of what do I want to run. Add user tries to add the user. When we win the race, we should now have a new user added as an administrator and have a local privilege escalation. Exploiting those race conditions is okay. It gets us what we want, but really there is an even simpler way in doing this. You see, there's another command that calls run AMD VB flash setup that lives in this module called API support and uses execute task, but not the one with the code signing. It uses its own implementation. And I can imagine the teams here maybe migrated to a more common module or whatever the story here is. But the nice thing about this re-implementation, it does zero validation whatsoever. It just takes a target path and runs it as system for you. That means my exploit becomes very simple, where I just now take that module prefix, the command I want to run, which is the one I just identified, give it a path, and I get privilege escalation even simpler. In the POCs that's released later, you can see this in action. Okay, so MSI sensor summary. It's another way to reboot your computer, and maybe I should have renamed this talk to 7 ways to reboot a computer. Or it's a way for you to execute code in a privileged context and get LPE. This MSI sensor stuff comes installed in a bunch of laptops that you would buy off the shelf. Many of you probably uninstall this bloatware that you get or just do a fresh install, but gives you an idea of some of the coverage. But as a common theme, it's another misuse of a strange RPC mechanism that's probably not necessary here. Okay, so segue into what is my next target. We're sort of day 3, day 4 into this thing. I'm sort of having a bit of fun that these things are like whack-a-mole. It's not too hard to find these vulns. Who's the next one that I'm going to look at? An Acer control center is the next one. There are actually 2 bugs here that they decided to do 1 CVE. It's fine, but let's take a closer look at it. If you were to run this software, this is the first and only time I saw the GUI, but it would look something like this. But when you look a little bit closer at what the backend looks like, there is a privileged service called ACC SVC that runs a system, and it has a named pipe. So no TCP service in this case, just a Windows named pipe. Architecturally, there's almost like a client-server thing going on here. The server side is a native Windows C++ binary that runs a system. The client is a .NET binary, which I'm very excited about because that's a code review. It's not hard to reverse that. And the way these 2 components talk to each other is with this named pipe. Now, reversing the client a little bit more, one of the functions you'll come across is this function called send command by named pipe. It takes a handle on a Windows named pipe, a 7, which I don't know what it means yet, a target, and 113. 2 integers that don't mean anything yet, but sort of gives me a good idea of what this function does. In the context of the server setup here, when that command gets sent over the pipe, there is some code path here that finally runs this create process as user, taking that target argument as one of the arguments that it needs to run. So to implement this POC in terms of invoking this functionality, it's actually very simple. I take the .NET code that already exists, I start a new skeleton in Visual Studio, plonk that in, connect to the named pipe, and ask it to run Notepad as a random example. The thing that's really confusing to me here, though, is the target processes I'm running are not elevated. They seem to be running as the user I am running as now. Fine. I sort of park that for a moment and take a closer look at the name pipe. And a really nice thing about it is this pipe is configured to get file all access. So while that's not an LPE, it allows remote folks to interact with this name pipe. So at least RCE, and I'll take that. So we're going to take a quick look at what this looks like. The vulnerable version of Acer Control Center as an RCE. On the left-hand side, I have a VM as my attacker. On the right-hand side, I have a victim that's running this vulnerable version of Acer Control Center. The POC on the left is going to take a target IP and an executable that I want to run, that runs there already, and effectively is going to connect over that name pipe and run it. First, I just check my sanity by what IP is this VM. Then CD to the POC. I run it, connects over the pipe, and I have access on the other side. The crucial thing here is there's no shared authentication context between these 2. This is just my ability to connect to that Windows name pipe on the other end. Now, this is an interesting case, but the thing that really bothered me here is why would that ACC SVC run a system but execute code as a normal user? What does that 113 mean? And if we make the assumption that 7 might be a command integer, what other commands might exist? If you were to reverse this code a little bit more in Binary Ninja, you'll end up in this block here that sort of has a bunch of function definitions or pointers to functions in a section. Run command is obviously the one I've already been reversing, which is why it's renamed there. But when you see the actual caller invoking these functions, it's this offset-based thing, where if you pass 7, it's a base pointer plus 7. If you pass 6, the base pointer plus 6. So clearly there are other commands, but I wasn't sure what any of them were doing. Thankfully, I have a client implementation already that I can play with. So the only thing I really needed to do was potentially use some Frida to attach to each of those pointers and get a sense of what arguments get passed to them and maybe learn a little bit more on the invocations. I'm going to save you probably 4 hours of time here because none of them are actually really interesting. I don't think any of this code is invoked. Some of them seem to be doing some interesting registry interactions. So at first I thought I have elevated arbitrary registry read, but really this is the state you'll be in. You're kicking rocks. Nothing is interesting. Going back to that command 7 though, I figured with some of the Frida tracing I was doing, I realized with some of these arguments that I'm passing along get interpreted in the function. The first argument is the path, which I control. The fourth argument is that 113 integer that I control. Now, one of the code paths here has a special condition for when argument 4 is sent as 114, something I initially missed in my analysis. In this code path, a new function, new variable gets reset to this hex 3000, which for the key-nide over here actually matches the SID for a high-integrity process. So when you send 114 and the token gets prepared to run a new process, it actually asks it to do it in a higher integrity context. Really what it means is if I make my 113 114, it becomes elevated. So with my send command by name pipe, I just change that integer, increment it by 1, and now I have a child of ACC SVC, in this case Notepad, running a system. So an LPE as well. What's really cool with the previous work we've done is this works remotely as well. So you can get that elevated code execution if you want. Okay, so that's ASA Control Center. I don't have a reboot POC for you, but really it's another way to execute privileged code in a privileged context, but remotely. It's also pre-installed with some laptops, and while this is not a TCP service, the way they've configured this name pipe, like you intentionally have to code it this way so that it's available. Visual Studio has quite a lot of warnings when you do this, so that's an interesting one. Okay, the last target I want to talk about, and probably a little bit of a tougher one, was Razer Synapse 4. When you install the software, many of you probably have some Razer products, the GUI would look like this. I don't have any Razer products, so it shows me that I have nothing, but that doesn't hinder us from taking a closer look. I need to take a special moment and pause for the amount of processes that run when you have this stuff installed, just to change the RGB on your mouse. I'm a little unsure if this cost is worth it, regardless of what the software else does. Some of the key-nide for you probably already spotted the process. We're going to zoom in a little bit. This one called the Razer Elevation Service. As the name implies, it gives you a way to get elevated code execution. But what makes this target interesting is, unlike what we've looked at before, there are no listening ports, there's no name pipes, it's written in C++, so it's going to take me a little longer to figure out what's going on here, etc. One of the ways to get a sense of how this process works is when you attach procmon to a target. It gives you a nice way of what some of the Windows API calls, the ones that supports, how they function and when they would fire. More importantly, attaching procmon, I would interact with the GUI until at some stage there's some life in procmon, so that I can bind a feature in the GUI to what triggers a code path in the elevated context. This is really important. Once I realized that if I was to install more components, and that would trigger the code path in the elevated service, I sort of have an idea of what I needed to focus on. The client being written in Electron means all of the code in the sense of JavaScript is accessible to you. Node.js community supports a tool called ASAR, which lets you extract the archive or the bundle of the Electron application to get access to the JavaScript source code so you can read how this works. And it's really handy. Depending on how the developers pack their software, it can be a tricky, minified mess, or in the case of Razer, it's actually quite easy to read. One of the things you'll learn when you start reversing this is you realize that they've implemented a foreign function interface which lets them call a native DLL from the JavaScript world. So for you to do Win32 API calls, they do the heavy lifting in the C++ world, just get the results back using this FFI. They seem to have maintained or are maintaining a private fork of this project over there, but really what this means is in the JavaScript world, with the same signature in which one of these functions are defined in the native world, you can make a call, and Node FFI will sort of deal with all the heavy lifting. It's actually pretty cool. It supports many architectures, many platforms like Windows and macOS, so it does a lot of hard work for you. The result being is the developer doesn't have to deal with the native world. They can just look at the JavaScript world and use it normally. Some of the definitions for how these things work, when you look at the Razor Synapse GUI source code, for a very short moment here, I thought, are they using Frida to sort of interact with a remote service? If you've ever used Frida before, often you have function definitions that look like this. But really, these are just pre-computed definitions of what functions exist in the native world that they can call from the JavaScript world. As a last sanity check, if you look at the exports on this DLL called the simple service DLL, you'll see the functions match exactly what we've already seen in the JavaScript world, which is really handy. So for me to inspect how some of the stuff worked, I decided I'm just going to write some very simple C++ that also loads the simple service DLL, call those methods, and if I need to, use the JavaScript world to understand what some of the argument references might be. Should I pass integers, strings, what do they look like? In addition to, in which sequence should I be calling these things? In short, it's a bit of a more complex POC, but what you really get down to is this one function called simple launch user app process, which took 3 string arguments and a callback, a pointer to a callback. The tricky thing with these arguments, though, is they're not obvious in how they work. So I'll save you a bit of time, but to give you a sense of what you needed to pass along, you need to learn that parameter 1 is a folder relative to this app data path, specifically in this Razor App Engine user data apps. Parameter 2 is then relative to parameter 1. So you can't put a full path in there. You sort of need to know where this original path already exists. So if we wanted to run something from that context in our POC, we needed to pass an argument like common, which know that it's relative to app data. It's something any user can write to here. And a payload, for example, add user.exe to run. Cool, and when I string all of that stuff together, compile it, it'll load the DLL and start executing the code from the exports that I'm calling. The DLL itself is actually quite verbose when you do a bunch of invocations. So one of the really nice things that it does is it tells you what's wrong. In this case, no surprise again, there's some PE signature validation that's happening. My add user POC is absolutely not signed by Razor, so as expected, they would deny it. We sort of progressed from our kicking rock state. I realized this is actually quite a hard one. I don't think I'm going to be able to get past this. Until I realized, but that signature verification just happens in that client DLL. It's not verifying in the elevated service, once it's talking there, that this PE is actually signed. So the way to get past this is to just patch the binary again, remove the signature validation entirely, and have simple service interact with the elevated service. So what does that get you? No error, which is confusing. New errors are good for progress, but when there's no errors, well, the POC didn't work, which isn't great. But you'll remember a trick we used earlier where we added the side-by-side assembly manifest to sort of ask it to run in a higher integrity context. Again, this is what it may look like. pwn.exe here is not signed yet, but when I run something like empty.exe with the manifest we saw before, we're now in a state where that process will try and run in an elevated context and will actually get right. So let's look at the demo for this local privilege escalation for Razor Synapse. The first thing that we're going to do is just double check that the service is running. This Razor elevation service is the one we're targeting. Next, what we'll do is we'll check the users, try and add a user, which we won't be allowed to do as we don't have the access to that. Finally, we'll run the POC, which should load the DLL that we've modified, obviously, to take out the code signing, interact with the elevated service, and add our new user. This user is an administrator. Okay, so while we're preparing these slides, a colleague of mine goes, this looks really hard. That's a lot going on, what's happening? And he kind of made my LPE a one-liner. You see, the thing I haven't told you yet is the way to interact with that elevated service is actually a COM object. And I fat-fingered, we're sort of 5-6 days later into this thing, I'm not thinking clearly. I just absolutely went the wrong way in getting this POC to work. You see, using something like oleview.net, you can get the prog ID for what is this exposed COM object in the elevation service. Using some PowerShell, we can instantiate a new instance of that COM object, ask it which functions are available, and finally just call a function we want, which is in this case launch process no wait with a path, and the exact same thing occurs. Get rid of the DLL, don't do any of the hard stuff. This is much easier. So as a one-liner, my colleague shows me, you can just do this and the same thing will occur, which is really nice. Okay, so let's get to wrapping up a bit. I did have plenty of failed attempts. HP Support Assist, for example, you can see is clearly, I think a lot of people in this room has already looked at that. They've hardened that quite significantly. Gigabyte Control Center is really just a reminder of old school download managers. It has nothing interesting in it. I did have a look at Lenovo Vantage, but my energy was a little low at that point. However, Atreides Partners about 2-3 months ago released an excellent blog post looking at exactly the same target, but using some registry-based primitives to get code execution, which was fantastic. I highly recommend you look at that. As a little bit of a summary of what I've seen so far, there's this thing that I'm just going to call the Pwn triad when I look at this software. If there is a privileged service and you can identify some form of RPC mechanism, be it a named pipe, some arbitrary connection, arbitrary TCP connection or whatever, check for broken auth, broken validation, because the chances are pretty good you're going to find a vulnerability. Here is a summary of the vulnerabilities and the CVEs that were assigned if you wanted to take a little look at this later. To take a quick segue on some of the disclosure stuff, there are some notes that I have here. The ACES vulnerability disclosure was honestly frustrating. Their site where you report bugs has a WAF. I am going to report an exploit with a POC, and the WAF blocks that. Don't do this, or do something else. It took 2 or 3 days, but I eventually resorted to a GIST with a link, and their form accepted that. On the ACES Hub vulnerability specifically, the driver hub vulnerabilities, ACES seems to have strung along another researcher. The day I received the email telling me what the CVE assignments are, a little bit later, a friend in the community links me this blog post saying, hey, look at this cool bug my friend found. Now, 2 researchers obviously will talk to each other and sort of figure out what happened here. It turned out Mr. Brew reported the same vulnerability 2 months later. Instead of ACES going, hey, we're already dealing with this, it's fine, they sort of emailed the same email to him saying, here's the CVE, with no credit or anything like that. So it was this really strange situation for them to create. That said, I think Mr. Brew didn't like it, so please go read his other blog post where he went for a whole bunch of other ACES stuff. I think is a bit of a retaliation. On the positive side, MSI responded amazingly. Their response times were really quick. They were the first with a fix, so that was a really pleasant experience in terms of getting some stuff fixed. And then as the very last one, Razer has a bug bounty program. Of course, I wanted to speak to the security team saying, hey, I want to speak about this publicly. But the difference between the bug bounty program and the actual Razer security team, getting to them was very hard. I got 1,000 emails of a loop of a ticket system on the inside with someone trying to figure out who knows what to do here. So if you have a bug bounty program, please have a way for researchers to get hold of you. It's kind of important. Okay. So one more thing specifically for RomHack. When looking at a lot of this software, I run into name pipes a lot. And I don't think the state of how we work with name pipes today is fantastic. Name pipes are everywhere. That's a tongue twister. And a lot of processes, of course, use this to interact with each other. Today, if you wanted to look at name pipes or how subsystems speak to each other, you have many options, one of them being Frida-based, which I honestly think is probably the pinnacle of how you would do this. Write a script, hook the functions, get a sense of what's happening, and if you need to manipulate something, you have everything you need right there to do that then. There are many implementations of this that exist already. There are some 2 examples over here, but all of them are based on this idea that there's a read file, write file, and variants that you hook to get a sense of what this comms might look like. There are many other non-Frida-based open source tools that would give you an idea of what pipes exist, what their privileges are. In fact, there are some of them that would bridge the comms to a burped instance so you can manipulate it and then send the comms back into the process. It's fairly crafty and quite handy. One of the other options you have, if you want to throw some money at the problem, IONinja's pipe monitor is just as amazing. It's got a really nice editor. You can also intercept, log, etc. So that's great. Or if you want to do it really cheap and nasty, you can write some PowerShell and sort of get a sense of what's going on. Anyways, currently, and sort of the last target I've looked at was Logitech's G-Hub. And what's interesting about Logitech G-Hub is it has 3 processes that runs, all 3 of which interact with each other using Windows name pipes. When I'm writing Frida scripts or using all of these tools, it sort of gets a little hard to keep context of what's going on. So I set out to see if I can build a different tool that will allow me to look at these kinds of targets easier. What I'm going to be releasing soon is a tool called PipeTap. PipeTab will allow you to attach to multiple processes at exactly the same time, leveraging a support DLL to do the hooking for you. You can do rudimentary things like listing pipes, enumerating their permissions, etc. But more importantly, it logs the comms that you can see, lets you export that, and interact with it in a way that's useful. You can do on-the-fly editing, so it kind of blocks the Windows API call. Here be dragons, depending on what the implementation is. But the reality is you can sort of get a better view in real time of what might be happening. Finally, and probably one of the most important features is some of these named pipe clients have, I don't know what the real term for this is, I'm just going to call it calling PID validation, where if a pipe client connects, you can expose who called, and they check if that binary is signed, has a valid signature. To get past that, if you inject a DLL in that target process and make the named pipe clients from there, you can interact with your target again. And PipeTab will let you do exactly that. It's a normal named pipe client, but it's also a remote named pipe client. Once you've analyzed some of your protocols, you can also get to a point where maybe you need some more complex interactions, in which case PipeTab also has a TCP to named pipe proxy. You can now, from anywhere, connect over TCP to a named pipe, potentially in process, and interact with it in ways that might be interesting to you. A quick screenshot of what that will look like is something like this. In this case, it's the proxy view. You've seen what Burp looks like before. This is exactly the same idea with the traffic log at the bottom. Of course, this protocol is all bytes, so it's not a lot of nice ASCII printables, but it sort of gives you a sense of what it will be. For those here at RomHack today, find me around the conference floor. I'm happy to add you to the repo if you want to take an early play at it. This will go open source later in the year while we're still working on it, but if you're interested in this stuff today, let me know and I'm happy to add you there. Okay, so to wrap up, we still have products in 2025 doing silly RPC things. Please think twice if you need that bloatware, and if you can, do a quick triage of it, see if the pwn triad is applicable to you, and probably uninstall it after that. All of the POCs I showed you today you can find on the GitHub, so if you want to have a play or see some permutations, you're welcome to. That's what I wanted to show you today. Thank you so much for listening.
Right, thank you, Leon. Great presentation. So we have, yes, a few questions from the audience. I guess let's start with this one. Did you audit the patches and were they good?
Some of the disclosure processes were so painful that I sort of just accepted that the patch works. So no is the answer. Please. I am not so sure it works.
Okay, so task for our students.
Yes.
For the ACES thing, I guess the research, as the file name is kept and the file downloaded directly without a user prompt, did you check if you could traverse the path too?
That was actually one of the first things that I tried, and I kind of failed with the path traversal. What's interesting about it, where it downloads the files, are other system-related, ACES driver hub system-related stuff. So there's an INI file that defines which path takes which arguments, etc. So you can cause an arbitrary download to overwrite that file. I think there's still something there to play with. So no, the path traversal didn't work so well, but there are some other avenues I think is possible.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Have you, by any chance, tried to see if the CMD parameter of the reboot method can be manipulated with other commands? I believe this may be also related to the ACES.
So you control the command path entirely. For most of these things, you can say, what do you want to run? In my case, if I want to shut down, I can. If it hard codes what the function might be, in the case of, I think it was the MSI center one, like the full shutdown command is hard coded. There's no manipulation that you can do there. But for the commands where you control the path, you can run anything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Did you get any problems getting a CVE number by the fact that you modified the binaries?
No, not at all, actually. The Razor interaction, I think they accepted the bug too quickly. Like, there was one of those, why aren't you fighting me? But my write-up was quite clear. These are client-side things. It's outside of the context for what the elevated service is. And honestly, kudos to them. At that point, I didn't understand the COM interaction yet. I think they did and sort of said, it's fine, we'll accept this one. But no, there was very little resistance to modification here. I think because it's clear where the security boundary is here, and that was really nice to work with.
Okay, thank you very much. Another round of applause for Leon.
Thank you.
Okay, we are off to lunch. We'll be back at the usual time that we have on the agenda, so 14:25 to 2:45 p.m. And I'll see you later. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue our conference with our next speaker, Philippe Caturegli. Philippe has over, please. Philippe has over 25 years in security. He founded Seralis after leading security and privacy engagements at Deloitte Luxembourg, and previously worked hands-on on security of network of a global pharma environment. He brings a pragmatic enterprise-scale view to DNS and naming risks. In Internet Domain Name Collision 2.0, he explains how the flood of new TLDs has revived internal domain collisions and what teams can do to detect and contain them. Please welcome Philippe Caturegli.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a lot of slides, so I'll speak fast, and hopefully I'll keep you all awake after digestion. To save some time, I put the definition of what I can define as a domain collision. This is back from 2013. You would expect that 12 years later, this is a problem that is well understood and addressed, but you'll see that it's not necessarily the case. I'll start with a quick introduction on how I started this research, and then we'll cover some definition and context that I think are important to understand the root cause of the issue, and then we'll dive into the fun stuff of the research and some of the findings that we got. So we were hired early last year to do a red team engagement for an IT service company. I changed the name of the company. It was a company with about 300 employees, all with a pretty strong IT background, which would make social engineering and phishing a little bit more challenging. And they had a fairly limited external footprint with an external hosted WordPress client portal, Exchange server, and a VPN. So pretty limited attack surface. One of the first things that we found was obviously the Exchange server that supported NTLM authentication. The cool thing with NTLM authentication, or the challenge response protocol, is that in the first packet, as a client, before being authenticated, you can send a flag, NTLM SSP request target, which will force the server to respond with its domain name and server name. It's not new. Nmap has a plugin that does that pretty well. And then you can find here that their internal domain was actually initech.llc. Which is a valid, fully qualified domain name since November 2018, when LLC became an extension, a valid domain extension. And cool thing is this domain was actually not registered, so we registered the domain for 34 euros, and then we set up a DNS server on that domain and see if we would record some interesting traffic. Within 15 minutes, we started to record some pretty interesting traffic. Obviously, you're all familiar with the web proxy auto-discovery protocol, WPAD. There's some other traffic here that is indicative of internal domain traffic. We've been saying for years that NetBIOS and LLMNR is not a secure protocol. Microsoft listened, and now they are relying on DNS SRV requests to do discovery of servers within an Active Directory environment. As you can imagine, having this, sending this type of request over the internet on a not trusted DNS server is not a good idea. So the next step was to set up responder, and then within a few minutes, we started to collect some credential all over the internet. And then the next step was to throw these hashes into Hashcat, get some credential, jump on the VPN, and that was about it. That was a pretty easy rating of engagement. I'm sure you are wondering why they didn't have MFA. Well, initially we didn't think that they had MFA either, and we finished the engagement, and the client asked us like, "Oh, did you bypass MFA?" Or like, "What MFA?" Turned out that they had this type of MFA, which is just a push notification, and when we authenticated, the user just approved it. I guess he was like scrolling to TikTok and let us in. That was pretty easy. So what happened on the wire? Well, when Michael is working from the office and he opens his browser, I'm using WPAD as an example, but it works with any DNS name resolution. So his laptop will try to resolve the WPAD, the name of the domain, and then I will send a query to the DNS resolver. In an office environment, most of the time, the DNS resolver is actually the Active Directory, which has a DNS zone for its own name. So it will look up for WPAD, get the IP address, return the IP address to Michael, and then the browser, Michael's browser, will retrieve the configuration file and then access the internet. Now, what happened when Michael is actually working from home and not from the office? Well, the same thing happened. He will open his browser. His browser will try to resolve WPAD intech.llc, except that this time he's not talking to the Active Directory. He's talking to his home router, who doesn't know anything about intech.llc, but because it's a valid, fully qualified domain name, it will forward this request to its ISP resolver, and so on to the root name server, the TLD name server, all the way to the authoritative name server for intech.llc, which we control at this time. So we can return any IP address that we want, and then Michael browser will connect to our IP instead. So some quick definitions. This .llc extension that we talked about previously, it's actually called a top-level domain, or TLD, and it's managed by ICANN. There's different type of TLDs. The most common is the generic top-level TLD, or GTLD. That's the .com, .net, .org that you're all familiar with. There's also country code TLD or CCTLD, which are usually two letters assigned to countries or sovereign states. And then there's sponsored top-level domain that are slightly more restricted for registration, like edu or .gov. Up until 2013, there was only 8 GTLDs operated by not operated, but deployed by ICANN. In 2013, ICANN decided to launch a program to allow other GTLDs to be added to the root zone. And then between 2013 and 2016, over 1,200 new GTLDs were introduced. You may wonder why would ICANN decide to raise the number by 15,000% after a steady operation for more than 25 years. You can guess. ICANN is actually making quite a bit of money with these new GTLDs. First, they are making money on the applicants. So when you want to operate a new GTLD, you have to pay an application fee of $227,000. And then the cool thing is, for ICANN, if there is more than 2 companies that are fighting for the same extension, ICANN will put it up for auctions. And these auctions are actually going pretty high. On top of that, ICANN is also making recurring revenue with the annual fees to the registry operator, and by taking a small transaction fee to every domain being sold. And they're also making money from the registrar that are selling the domain on the behalf of the registry operator. And the cool thing is, because ICANN is a non-profit public organization, they publish their financial reports, so we can look in their financial reports and see that last year, in 2024, they made 88 million with just a recurring revenue from the registry operator, and another 54 million from the registrar. And the cherry on the cake is, because they were making so much money with the auction, they created a separate fund, because it's a non-profit and they had to stash this money somewhere. So they have a stash of 276 million in a separate fund that is not part of the non-profit. Of course, for the business model to work, ICANN can be the only one making money. The registry operator are also making quite a bit of money. Obviously, they are making it on the first sale. Usually, they are discounting the domain on the first sale because it's a pretty competitive market, but they are really making money on the recurring revenue on renewal of those domains. VeriSign, for example, who's operating the .com, is making 1.5 billion by just selling .com domains. Of course, all this money and extension came with unintended consequences. First, companies suddenly had to buy up a ton of domains to protect their brand, whereas they are used to buy 8 domains, now they have to buy 1,200 domains. The increase of TLD is also making things a little bit more confusing for users and make phishing a little bit easier. You probably all heard about the .zip extension that came out a few years ago. And then the big one for today is the internal domain name collision. So many enterprises had already deployed their internal domain before those TLDs got assigned by ICANN. And unfortunately, the thing is, in an Active Directory domain, you cannot rename your Active Directory. So you're stuck with whatever domain they chose 20 years ago when they set up the domain. So you may ask, is ICANN doing something to prevent domain name collision? Well, of course they do, otherwise they will be irresponsible, right? So in 2013, when they added all these GTLDs, they ordered a study from JAS Global Advisor, who came up with a report that suggests that they put in place a name collision occurrence framework. That sounds fancy. And this framework is actually saying that there's a few high-risk strings that should never be delegated. So .hom, .corp, and .mail are dangerous, so we shouldn't, the ICANN should never delegate them. But the .homes with an S, .inc, or .llc, or .email are just fine. They also mandate a control interruption, and we'll see in the next slide what it means for a period of 90 days at the delegation before they can sell domains. And then they have an emergency rollback process that if they detect some high-rate collision, they can take the extension, the domain extension back from the registry operator. And then the registry operator must respond to ICANN on a name collision report within 24 hours. The last two are a little bit tricky because ICANN has no visibility on the log because it's the registry operator that are operating the DNS. So you can imagine that a registry operator that already paid 20 million to have an extension, they are not really likely to report it to ICANN that there's a lot of collision and they should give this domain back. So what is the control interruption? So if you take back the example that we had before with Michael working from home, so if Michael is working from home and he's trying to reach his intranet over the internet with a new extension, ICANN.fail, that's just an example. Same thing, he'll go to his router all the way to the root name server and then to the TLD name server. And then the TLD name server in this framework is telling the registry operator that they have to respond with a very specific value of 127.0.53.53. That will go all the way back to Michael, and then Michael won't be able to access his intranet, which is already expected because he's working from home. So it's not really likely that Michael is going to notice anything. But ICANN is expecting Michael to notice that the IP is being resolved to this specific value, and then report it somehow to ICANN. So that's my take on ICANN approach to the name collision. So the methodology on the research. So we wanted to see how widespread this name collision was since this has been discussed since the early 2010s. So we only had 3 objectives in this research. The first was obviously to find some internal domains that are being leaked externally. Then for all those domains that are leaked externally, we need to match the one that are a valid, a fully qualified domain name. It's easier now because there's 1,200 extension as opposed to 8 before. And then the third step is to make sure that all the ones that have a valid, fully qualified domain name are registered or not. If it's not registered, you're in a classic case of a domain name collision. Somebody can acquire the domain and do some bad things. So the first objective is pretty easy. As we mentioned earlier, there's plenty of ways to retrieve this internal name. First method is with the banners. Telnet, FTP, SMTP are pretty verbose and usually give you the internal name of the server, not necessarily the public name. Self-signed certificate, by definition, to have a self-signed certificate, you don't necessarily need to own the domain. Most of the time for TLS, we'll see later, services, it's being generated automatically. So if you have remote desktop that use TLS, the certificate is generated by Windows based on your internal domain name. The CRL in the SSL certificate is also interesting. So if you have an internal certificate authority, you need to tell in your certificate where the certificate revocation list is located. And quite often, you'll find some internal URL in this CRL. Email header is another way to do it. If you look at all the mailing lists, the message ID is actually taking the internal domain name. Like you can see here that Thierry from SFR, which is a large telecom company in France, is actually using local.ads as their internal domains, which is not registered, by the way. Content security policy is another way to get some domain, and as we saw earlier, NTLM authentication, so any services that support NTLM authentication will leak the internal domain name, and then all the TLS services that I mentioned. So the second objective is to try to find we had quite a bit of data, so we tried to narrow it down, and then we focused only on a few domains that are extension that were likely to generate more collision or create confusion. So first we focused on this cctld.ad, which everybody thinks stands for Active Directory, but that's actually cctld for Andorra. MS for Microsoft, IO, AI, WS, and .co. So those are the extensions that we focused on. And then obviously, we also looked at some GTLDs with general business terms like company, the group, the tech, etc. Common legal entities, and then ambiguous or technical terms like .host, email, zone, etc. And then the third objective in research was to try to find if those domains were actually registered or not. Our initial approach was a bit naive, but we took the list of potential collision. We figured we'll just check with the WHOIS record, and it will tell us if it's registered or not. Unfortunately, most of the WHOIS server have a pretty strict rate limiting to avoid scraping. So after a few hundred requests, we got banned for 90 days, so that was not really a viable approach. So we changed it and figured instead of checking the WHOIS directly, we can eliminate 90% of the domain that we collected, the domain name that we collected, by checking if it has a DNS record. Obviously, if it has a record, that means the domain is already registered, and we can discard it. For those that don't have a DNS record, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not registered. It could be not configured yet, or it could be restricted. So then we checked via an API to a registrar to see if those domains were registered or blacklisted. And if it was not, well, in a case of a non-registered domain, that is used internally. Later on in the research, we actually extracted, we took all the ones that were registered, we extracted the name server record, and then we fed it back to the loop, and you'll see we actually found some other cool stuff, but that's not really a domain collision, it's more of a misconfiguration at this point. So now, to the fun stuff, some of the examples that we found. So the first domain that we found was a domain called memrtcc.ad, where we found over 3,000 instances of self-signed certificate, unique self-signed certificates. Most of them started with a P and a number and memrtcc. And of course, this domain was available for registration. So before buying the domain, we did a little bit of research, and then we found a report from the police, Memphis department from 2013, where they explained to us that through strategic planning, they upgraded their NT4 domain into a super secure Active Directory environment called memrtcc.ad. And then that's why we learned that RTCC actually stands for Real-Time Crime Center. Sounds pretty cool. It's actually pretty cool. That's the Memphis Real-Time Crime Center. It's basically a feed to all the video cameras in the city. And the P certificate that we saw were actually the police cars, and all the police cars are actually connected to the Real-Time Crime Center to check the car tags and the video cameras, etc. So we're like, all right, well, that sounds interesting. What we would do next, we'll try to buy the domain. So we bought the domain. At the time, there was a restriction that we had to buy the domain for 2 years. So it was 138 euros, but sounds pretty cool to confirm that it was an issue with the police. So we bought the domain, and a few hours later, unfortunately, we got an email from the registrar telling us that in order to register a domain in Andorra, you need to own a trademark in Andorra. So we're like, oh, well, we don't have a trademark, but we wouldn't stop here. So the next step is we actually found a trademark attorney in Andorra and asked them, how do we get a trademark? It turns out that it's actually pretty easy. You just need to pay, sign a power of attorney, tell them the trademark that you want, and if it's not registered, they'll give it to you. So we did it, and we're like, there's no way that's going to work. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, we got a trademark for 10 years in Andorra for memRTCC.ad. So now we're in business. Now we can actually set up the domain. So we set up the name server, and and pretty quickly we got like over 1 million requests on our name server, all indicative of internal traffic, WPAD, like, and all the SVR requests, etc. So next step, we actually set up a web server just to retrieve some of the inbound requests and the mail server, and we started to receive some internal requests or requests from the client to the server, and instead of talking to the server, they were talking to our server. We didn't respond to anything, or just collecting information at this point, but we got some information from their internal GPOs and everything from their Identities server, some SAML requests or authentication requests to their vCenter internally, and then we also started to receive some emails, internal emails of their Okta and then help desk. As much as I wanted to go further, I was like, all right, that's probably a good time to report it to the Memphis police. So we started to report it to the Memphis deputy CIO by email. Believe it or not, we had to wait 1 day because I didn't want to report it on April 1st. And I figured that was like super sketchy to receive an email from somebody you don't know saying like, hey, we own your domain. The guy was pretty active on LinkedIn, so I found a common connection and I asked him to do an introduction. I know he received a message with all the detail. He looked at my profile, but he never responded. He was probably too busy hanging out with the CEO of CrosstrAck at the time. So we tried to escalate it and we reported to the CIO of the Memphis. Same thing, he looked at our profile on LinkedIn, but he never responded. So since we figured that was important, we tried to report it to DHS, the Homeland Security in the US. Same thing, radio silence. So the next step is we actually tried to reach out to a fellow hacker that is running the DC group in Memphis. And he was super helpful. He actually went to the police station, tried to get the number of the real-time crime center, left a voicemail. And I guess that was pretty funny that, I don't know what voicemail he left, but he had a visit of the Homeland Security just a few hours after his voicemail. At this point, about a month later, we finally got somebody from the FBI reaching out to us to ask us what was the domain. We tried to explain what the domain collision is. I'm not sure he understood everything, but he promised that he would find somebody in the Memphis IT department to reach out to us and get the domain back. But they never reached out. So we spoke to Brian Krebs on August 5th. I thought that was an interesting story. And coincidence or not, but a week later, we actually got a contact from the security manager at the Memphis police. And then Brian Krebs wrote an article about it. And then we got a cool coin from the Memphis FBI for giving them the domain back. Active Directory is actually a pretty interesting CCTLD or TLD extension. It's a fairly small, I mean, Andorra is pretty small. There's only about 1,200, less than 1,200 domain actually registered in this TLD. Looking through census, we found about 3,800 signed SSL certificates, so valid SSL certificates, but we found 25,000 self-signed certificates. Out of these 25,000 self-signed certificates, we extracted 2,700 unique FQ fully qualified domain name. You already know that there's a problem if there's only 1,200 that are registered, and when we extracted 2,700 domain. So out of these 2,700 domain, turns out that 2,400 were actually not registered. It's a pretty big domain for collision. Everybody is using it for Active Directory. So now we know the process. Well, what other call domain can we buy? So we went after local.ad and then internal.ad. And same thing, now we know the process, so we got the trademark for 10 years for those two domains, set up the name server, and now we got like into all different ballpark. We got like about 7 million requests in a few days. If you're wondering, this is what our running responder on local.ad looks like. We found over 1,200 different domain or companies that are using local.ad as an extension for their internal domain. And as opposed to the memrtcc.ad, which was easy because there's only one company that our police department used the domain, it was easy for us to transfer this domain back to them. In this case, we don't know what to do with the domain because we can't. If we give it to one company, all the other companies will still be affected. We learned, talking to Brian Krebs, that in 2020, Microsoft actually bought corp.com before it was put for auction. I think there was an auction at 1.7 million, and then Microsoft bought it for and disclosed the amount. I didn't want to put it for auction, but I figured that would be a good time to reach out to Microsoft and do try to give the domain to them. I didn't even make it to the triage in MSRC. Luckily, we met with Dr. Azure ID, who's going to give a talk later. We relayed the information internally, and then a few weeks later, the Microsoft corporate domain actually reached out to us to get this domain back. So they reopened the case, and then they bought. I say bought because they paid us a bounty to get the domain. I didn't want to sell the domain directly, but I was more to support the research. Unfortunately, Microsoft laid off 9,000 people, including the people that we are talking to. So they paid us the bounty, but they never got the domain back. So we're still running the domain. Somebody's from Microsoft. I'm happy to coordinate again with the new team. Another extension that was interesting is the .box. .box is an extension that's the first blockchain, super fancy DNS routable domain. And you may be familiar, I think, more in Germany, they are familiar with this router called the Fritzbox, which is a home router, which they had a great idea of setting their DNS suffix to fritz.box, which means that every time you're using this router and then you try to resolve something that doesn't resolve, fritz.box will be appended, and I will try to resolve to the internet now. Unfortunately, this domain was already registered when we looked into it. Tracing back the timeline, in January 18, the .box of last year, the .box GTRD, opened public registration. A couple of days later, the cool thing is because it's on the blockchain, you can see everything that is happening, who is buying what and when. The same wallet bought a few domains, all related to boxes, home routers. So free.box, o2.box, they also bought wpad.box. And then the same day, they listed it for auction on OpenSea for $1 million. They didn't sell it, so they didn't get discouraged. They put it back on auction a week later for only $250,000. And then at the time, there was some chatters on Reddit and other forums of people using the Fritzbox, having some funky name resolutions. So AVM, which is the manufacturer for this router, realized that they missed the opportunity to buy this domain, and somebody bought it for them. So they went to WIPO, which is the World Intellectual Property Organization, and try to get this domain back. WIPO is pretty much the only way to get a domain back if somebody registered it for you, as long as you have a trademark, which was the case here. And then WIPO decided to transfer the domain back in April of last year to AVM, and the problem was resolved. So we figured maybe there will be some other ARM routers that have the same issue. And then we found this router, OEM by Vodafone, who is using spheron.box, and exactly like the fritzbox.com, fritzbox.box, they used spheron.box as the DNS suffix, We got the domain, set up a DNS server, and now we're like recording again a bunch of traffic. So Zixel is the manufacturer of this router. We tried to report it to them. I'm not sure they really understood what our DNS works. So initially they told us that it was not an issue because we gave them this list of IPs, which if you understand DNS, this is a name server resolver trying to talk to our name server. That's not necessarily the IP address of the client. So if you're using Google or Cloudflare, this is the IP address that we're going to record. And they said like, oh, nope, these are IP address outside of Europe. All our clients are in Europe, so it can be a problem with our router. So we followed up. We sent them a bunch of passwords for their customers, and then they reassess their assessment, and they ask us how to get the domain back. They didn't have any bounty, but they gave us like a really nice certificate of recognition, and then we transferred this domain back to them. But again, I said I don't think they really understood how DNS works, so they got the domain back, but they didn't reconfigure it. So the the authoritative name server was still pointing to our server 6 months later. So we were still getting all the traffic. All they had is they had control of the domain if they wanted to change it, but they didn't. I guess they didn't know how. So yeah, we still got a bunch of traffic 6 months later after transferring the domain. Another domain that we found was cph.ad. It was a self-signed certificate for cph.dk, and there was some reference to cph.ad as well. Of course, cph.ad was not registered. By then, the rules changed for the Active Directory. I guess they got tired of me asking trademarks every time, so now they wiped the requirement for trademarks, so anybody can buy a .ad domain now. So we bought the domain, and then you guessed it, that's actually the Copenhagen airport that is using cph.ad for all their internal network. We got some token. Again, we set up a server that's just listen to inbound requests. Got some Azure tokens, etc. A couple of weeks ago, I did a similar talk in Poland, and I figured I'll just look if I could find some things in Poland. And I found, again, this self-signed certificate for domain KWP. My Polish is not really good, but Google Translate helped us figure out what it was. It's actually the police for all Poland. So we got the domain, set up the DNS server, set up a web server, and it turns out that all the agents are using a Samsung phone with the email client that doesn't support OAuth authentication. Which means that it falls back to basic authentication. So now all the police officers were sending us credential in clear text. It's over SSL, but because we own the domain, we set up SSL, so it's actually in clear text. And they didn't find it funny, so they asked us to transfer the domain pretty quickly. Figured last night, since we were in Italy, I'll look for domain collision in Italy. And I found this certificate for netsw.it, which was, again, a self-signed certificate signed by a certificate authority, internal certificate authority. We tied it back to nt.ts, which I think it stands for Network and Transactional System, which is apparently one of the biggest electronic payment software company in Italy. Sounds pretty important. Tracing it back, it looks like the company was founded in 1995. They registered this netsw.it in 1999. They probably set up their whole Active Directory with this name. And then in 2016, they rebranded to Nets Group. And now that's the domain that they use externally. But as I mentioned before, because you cannot rename your Active Directory, they are still using netsw.it internally. And they let the domain expire a few months ago. So we got it for them, and we'll try to give it back to them. Of course, all their internal traffic is going there. Just in one day, we got over 19,000 requests for just all their internal workstation or trying to retrieve the WPAD. We also retrieve some internal requests, and same thing, they are sending us their basic authentication for their email server. Another example is the Absorb LMS. That's the one I spend a lot of time. So, Absorb LMS, I don't know if you're familiar, but it's pretty large learning management system platform. They claim they have 34 million users, 2,900 customers, pretty large customers. And then we found on one of their servers that they use absorb.ad and blatantmedia.ad for their internal domain. Domains were not registered. Again, we registered it. Got a bunch of requests on our DNS server. And now we're like, we have the process pretty nailed down, so we try to report it to them. So we send a report to security at Absorb, and then we got like this error message that the security mailbox doesn't even exist. So that's not a good sign. We tried to send them a message on social media, because that was the only way we had to reach out to them. They didn't respond, but they are still pretty active. We tried to message the CTO again on LinkedIn. He didn't respond. So we published a public post. They were bragging about their new award. So we asked them to kindly reach out back to us. And the CTO responded and say like, well, you can always report it to security at absorb.lms. I'm like, well, we already did that. So maybe they fixed it in the meantime, so we tried again, and sure enough, we got an error again. So we figured we'll report it to their website, and then the timeline is pretty interesting. At 7:42 p.m., we send a message to their website. At 7:48, we got an email from the sales team, like, hey, do you want to buy our product? And then a few minutes later, they actually called me too. I think it's pretty telling when the SLA for the sales is faster than the SLA for the security team. So we wanted to see how bad it was, since they didn't seem to care. Maybe that was not really a big deal. So again, we set up a web server to record all incoming requests. We got 2 SSL certificates. And then within a month, we got over 1.3 million GET requests, a bunch of POST requests, prop fine, etc. Digging into the logs, we figured that they were using a JetBrains license server for all their developers. So now we have all the name of all their developers and email address. They use Atlassian Bamboo. So we got a request of a developer trying to push some job in their CI/CD environment. They use JFrog Artifactory as artifactory.absorb.ad. So now every time a developer from home is trying to compile a package, they'll pull the package from our server, which is not a good thing. So for NPM, for NuGet, etc. That's another example of them trying to pull the package. We're not responding, so we didn't plant any backdoor in their software, but somebody could. In the post request, we got a bunch of JWT token, also some plain text credential, basic authentication, and then they use a WebDAV for their file server internally. And I guess somebody tried to delete some file from home, and then it all went to our server instead. So exactly 90 days after we initially reported it to security, I guess they got our email, even though we got an error message. And they responded that according to their bug bounty program, they'll pay us $2,000. But we didn't go, I was not familiar with their bug bounty program, so I figured I'll just read it before accepting it. And their bug bounty program says that first, there shouldn't be any unauthorized access. We didn't do any unauthorized access, but they put in this category all the confidential information, which they already sent to us. We didn't ask for it, but so that ship I sailed, we already had access to a bunch of proprietary and confidential information from them. Confidentiality, again, that ship I sailed, we already made some public post on LinkedIn about their issue. So we, and then, well, yeah, the last one is no public disclosure, so we wouldn't be able to talk about it here. So we kindly decline the bounty reward, still wanted to give the domain back to them, and they got all confused, so they thank us again for the bounty, and they send us their VP of legal to get the domain back. I'm not sure how it's going to work, but I'll let you know. So for now, they still didn't get the domain, and I haven't heard back from the VP of legal. If you recall, when what I mentioned earlier, in the process, I extracted all the name server and I feed it back through the loop. And then we also found some what we call fat-fingered name server. So these are domains. This is a .gov domain where their names, their authoritative name server was actually set up with a domain name that doesn't exist because they made a typo. Actually, the guy was having a bad day because both of them had a typo. So we only registered one of them. And now we can control the whole .gov domain, set up a web server, set up an email server, start sending email as a .gov, etc. So we try to report it. We learned that .gov is a special extension, and they have their own registrar in the US. It's called GetGov. And because it's a government entity or a public entity, they publish their all source code of their registry, their registrar on GitHub. It's actually just a simple Django application. We didn't spend a lot of time, but we just looked at the URL and figured out if there was anything interesting in the GetGov registry. Turned out that they forgot to restrict access to their admin interface. So now we had access to the whole admin interface for all the .gov domain in the US. So we reported it to them. There was some confusion. We went to the CERT. The CERT relayed the information, but they didn't give our details. So they fixed it, but they never told us that they fixed it. And they fixed it in GitHub by adding mixin. They didn't say like, "Oh, we forgot to restrict the admin interface." They just did a sneaky commit to fix the issue. Another one that we found that was pretty common is this akam.ne. If you're familiar with Akamai, when you set up your web server through Akamai, they'll tell you to use their name server, and then generate some name server that you have to copy paste from your admin interface into your registry or registrar. Turns out that there's a lot of people that actually miss the T when they do the copy paste. So we found quite a bit of domain where akam.ne was one of the name server. Shouldn't be a big deal, it's just a missing T. So turns out that NE is a valid CCTLD for Niger. So we bought the domain. It's a little bit more expensive, 280 euros. It's pretty cumbersome. Apparently, the guy managing the registry in Niger is working 1 day a month, and he's doing all the zone by hand. So it took us like over a month between the time we bought the domain and him setting up the domain. So we were anxiously waiting, and once he set up the domain, we started to get like a ton of traffic on our name server, including some interesting traffic from MasterCard. Had one of the typo in their one of their subdomain. That's where it got interesting, because initially when we did the request, we were only looking at the root domain. We didn't realize, because there was no way of knowing all the subdomains that have a different configuration, and there was a lot more to find. So we reported it. There was some other entities. That's a bank in Argentina. There was one misconception. I want to cover it really quick on 1 out of X misconception. Because there was only one typo out of the 4 name server, a lot of people told me like, oh yeah, but you can only control 1/5 of the traffic. That's not exactly true, because everybody now is using DNS resolver instead of doing the query directly to the authoritative server. So when you do a query for this subdomain, the MasterCard subdomain. It'll go to a DNS resolver that will check in his cache. If it doesn't have it in his cache, it will actually query the authoritative name server, which was our name server. Then we can give the IP address, but then this IP address will be cached in the DNS resolver. So after that, everybody querying the DNS resolver is actually querying our IP. So it's actually much worse. It's not just 1/5. Once we can pollute the cache of the DNS resolver, it's like pretty much half of the 80% of the traffic is using this DNS resolver, and then we can control where it's going to. Of course, we reported it. Brian Krebs also wrote an article on this one. MasterCard never responded to us, but they responded to Brian Krebs, of course, and they said, like, we looked into it, and it's not really a risk. So wanted to call them out because we actually recorded a bunch of traffic on our name server for internal names. And I don't know why all of a sudden I got an email from BugCrowd calling us our researcher, and then we shouldn't disclose things publicly. I'm still confused to this day because we never reported it to BugCrowd. I guess they are managing their vulnerability disclosure, so they got upset. So just to conclude, I will actually quote the vice president of ICANN. We said that a long-lasting solution to eliminate the potential issue arising from the name collision in a private namespace comes from implementing fully qualified domain name. And I figured I'll fix this quote by saying that you actually registered. Otherwise, it's pretty useless. Some numbers that we analyzed, we got a bunch of SSL certificates. We bought about 186 domain, 7 now because I bought one yesterday. For Italy, we spent about $8,000, and we got a bunch of DNS requests. I couldn't cover all the examples, so I have a slide with the honorable mention of all the other entities that we got their domain. If you know any of them, tell them to reach out to us because we tried and they never responded to us. And that's it. I think I have 5 minutes for question. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe, for this very entertaining talk.
Thank you.
We have 2 questions. The first is, so the RTCC, the Memphis exploit, was very cool and entertaining, so congratulations. It sounds like this kind of exploit has a high likelihood of disrupting a very sensitive service. How do you evaluate this risk on sensitive targets, and how do targets usually respond when you contact them after the exploit?
Yep. So actually, I thought the same thing initially. I was a bit worried about getting the domain and setting it up. These are traffic that, if the domain is not set up, it's just going nowhere. So by setting up the domain, we're just recording it. We're actually not breaking anything, as long as we only retrieve the information. Of course, if you start running responder, then you'll start disrupting some things. So we are pretty careful not to run responder. There was only one time for the local.ad because we wanted to see the scale of it. And the problem is running only the name server. We didn't have the IP address of the client. We only have the IP address of their, the DNS resolver that they are using. So the only way for us to collect the IP address and try to match which company has this domain was to set up a name server. So we set up the DNS server that gives the IP address, and then the client is connecting to our server, and then we can record the IP address of the client. But we try not to send any traffic. We're only collecting. I know it's a gray area. I feel like, fine by not responding to them, and I didn't ask them to send me all their traffic. You know, I just bought a domain, and then all of a sudden they send me all their passwords.
Yeah, sounds good. Another one. So how do you find the domains to test? Is it random or specific pattern?
So that's why I was talking about the methodology. So we actually, there was still a bit of methodology. It could be, it's not random. We know all the domains that have a collision. Initially, we tried to look at the one with a high number of iteration in the SSL certificate. For example, for MEM RTCC, there was 3,000 self-signed certificates. So we were like, all right, that's definitely something big and could be interesting. Later on in the research, we realized that even domains with only one SSL certificate can be a giant domain, and it's just one server is misconfigured. And some, like the Copenhagen airport, it was only one server that was not supposed to be on the internet, and it exposed its certificate for a limited time. And then we were able to retrieve it. We used Census because they are scanning the internet. We initially tried to scan the internet ourselves, and that was not super efficient. Census is doing a pretty good job at it, and they have a researcher access, so we have access to all their data, and they have historical data. So that's mainly what we use to extract the domains and then try to correlate with the ones that are registered or not, and then go from there.
Okay, and no, there was no other
So that was not a random pattern. It was
that
just
was the last one.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was not a random pattern. It was just like, well, I mean, we had a list, and then after that, we had to pick one in the list. So some of them were random, but we already knew the list of domains that were colliding.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. So now we introduce our next speakers. They are Shang-De and Kazma. Shang-De is Deputy Director of Research at Cycraft, where he focuses on incident response and endpoint security. He co-founded the UCCU hacker group. Kazma, also at Cycraft, is a researcher and a reverse engineer who digs into how Entra ID behaves on macOS. So he's also a seasoned STF player, and the research performed with a third researcher, Iko Lee, shows how weak identity checks in macOS Intune can be abused to steal primary refresh tokens and achieve long-term Entra ID persistence. So please welcome Shang-De and Kazma Ye, who are still doing the setup.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, have fun.
Okay, so hello everyone. It's great to be at RomHack. Today we are excited to share how we managed to steal periodic cookies on macOS. And then we will use those cookies to achieve persistence in Entra ID. And quick spoiler, we actually found that Microsoft's implementation on macOS is more secure than their own approach on Windows, and which is pretty interesting. And also, we have two speakers today, and I'll be starting first. My name is Kazma Ye, and feel free to just call me Kazma. I'm a university student from Taiwan, and also I'm a CDF player. For the past few years, I've been leading a pretty active team called Beef Soup, and we've managed to bring home quite a few trophies along the way. Recently, I'm just transitioned from intern to cybersecurity researcher at Cycraft Technology. So I'm still learning a lot every day, and I'm really excited to be here at RomHack. So before we dive into this attack, let's first set the stage. Microsoft offers a huge number of services. If you just do a quick search, you'll find hundreds of products. And basically, you log into all of them using Entra ID, or we also call your Microsoft account. And here's the problem. If you don't want your computer to ask for your password again and again, the operating system has to integrate with Entra ID. And let's start with how this works on Windows. On Windows, that's a process called LSASS. And this process handles authentication. And inside LSASS, there's a plugin that interacts with the TPM, the Trusted Platform Module. And these hardware devices are designed to store like private keys securely, and making sure that they never leave the computer. And in this setup, two important things are stored in the TPM. The first one is the PRT, which is the primary reference token. And this PRT represents your user identity. And the second is the session key, which represents your device identity. And the key point is that these two things never leave the device. And the PRT stored in the TPM can be used to create a PRT cookie. And that cookie is valid for about 15 minutes. And within that time, you need to exchange it for a reverse token or an SS token. And with those tokens, you can access the services you needed. And by combining this process with the TPM, Microsoft ensures that you're always coming from a managed device. OK, so how does this tie into the browser? When you log in, the browser first gets a nonce from the Entra ID. And this nonce is then passed to the browser core, which calculates the PRT cookie for you and send it back to the browser. And this Windows flow has been studied quite a lot already. In short, there are at least 3 ways attackers can abuse this process and obtain a PRT cookie. And interesting is that none of them have been fixed, and they remain effective even now. And here's a detail that often get overlooked is that after the device register with Entra ID, the PRT and session key are saved inside the TPM. And they don't get transmitted anywhere. They just sit there waiting to be used in later calculation. And the problem is, if an attacker gets even temporarily access to a company-managed device, say one enrolled in Intune, they can still use the TPM as a black box to generate the values they needed. And that's enough to impersonate both the user and the device identity. And why does this matter so much? Because a PRT cookie from a trusted device contains both an MFA claim and a device claim. In other words, by holding this cookie, you're essentially telling Entra ID that I'm on a trusted device and I'm already past the MFA. And that's exactly what makes stealing PRT cookies so valuable. OK, now let's move into the world of Apple and start with one key question. Why do we steal macOS PRT cookies? Today, many organizations rely on Intune as their MDM solution for both Windows and macOS. And with conditional access now extending to macOS, zero trust policy is no longer just a Windows story. And here's the catch. Most research and detection still focus on the Windows, while macOS remains largely unexplored. And that's why we decided to dig deeper into how macOS handles PRT cookies, and more importantly, where's the winnings. So where do we begin on macOS? If we want to steal the macOS PRT cookie, we must enroll our device into Entra ID. And according to Microsoft official documentation, we need to download and use in this company portal app. And the company portal app has 2 main roles. On the left, you can see its Intune-related features for device management. But what we really care about is on the right, where macOS apps and even Safari go through its SSO extension whenever they need to perform the single sign-on. And let's dig a little deeper into the company portal's internals. Inside, we can see 2 main plugins. And one is the macOS SSO extension. This is the one we just mentioned. And the others start with autofill, which we won't cover today because it's not related to SSO part. And next, under the macOS SSO extension, there's a framework called AD Authentication Broker macOS. And this framework is responsible for most of the validation checks. And on macOS, a framework is similar to a DLL on Windows. Both provide libraries, but a framework usually contains additional bundle resources. Conceptually, though, it's the same idea. And finally, under the resources folder, we also see browser core, which should sound familiar from the Windows flow earlier. In the Windows SSL flow, browser core plays a key role in handling SSL requests from the Google Chrome. So when we notice that company portal also contains a component called browser core, we immediately suspect it might serve a similar purpose and possibly help us get access to the PRD cookie. And to illustrate this better, I put together macOS SSL flow diagram inspired by this Windows 1. From the diagram, we can see that macOS provides an app SSL agent to handle requests from different vendors. And unlike Windows, macOS doesn't have LSASS. So here, the macOS SSL extension inside company portal is responsible for computing the final PRD cookie. And at the same time, any request passed into the company portal will also go through the edit authentication framework, which validates whether the caller is legitimate or not. Now that we map out the macOS ecosystem, let's move forward. Next, I'll walk you through 3 different methods we found to steal the PRD cookie on macOS and explain how they work. So let's begin with the first one, is headless browser-based native message abuse. This first method is actually quite straightforward because Microsoft provides us a Microsoft SSL Chrome extension, which allowed us to initiate an SSL request and directly retrieve the output. On a compromised macOS device, we can simply install this extension and extract the PRD cookie right away. From the logs, we can also see that the component handling this request is browser core. So confirming that, just like on Windows, browser core also plays a key role in the SSL flow on macOS. But this approach does come with a few limitations. First, running a headless browser still need us to request the victim to be logged into their desktop session. Because headless doesn't mean no GUI, it's more like a transparent browser running in the background. And second, this technique only works with the official Chrome and Edge browsers. And we'll understand why when we get to the third method. So the first method works, but it comes with some specific dependencies. And naturally, we weren't satisfied with just that, which brings us to the second method, bypass browser core's parent process check. And after some reverse engineering, we found that browser core first calls this running application with process identifier function to get the parent process info. And then it runs cosine -dv command to grab the team ID and the bundle ID. And these two values are concatenate, hash, and check against an internal whitelist. And here's the fun part. Much later in our research, we realized that this running application function only works with the app process. So later you'll see our POC will package into the application format. Now, you might notice 2 terms here that sound a bit unfamiliar, is team ID and bundle ID. And let me break them down quickly. Team ID is an identifier included in the certificate issued by Apple to each developer. So only the developer who owns the certificate can sign the app with their own team ID. But bundle ID, on the other hand, is just a string for identifying the app. It has no real security value, and we can change it to whatever we want. So in short, team ID matters for security, but bundle ID doesn't. And on Windows, there's also something similar. It's called security identifier, or somebody call it SID. It works kind of like the bundle ID. It's just for identification for the app and has no real security value. And what's interesting is that Microsoft never implemented something like team ID on their operating system. So checking this on the Windows flow is a bit pointless. And as you can see, this flow involves multiple components, and that means multiple callers. And more callers usually means more caller validation checks. So let's clear things up and focus on the 2 most important ones. The first is browser cores. Browser cores caller, which, as the name suggests, is the browser. And that's also the parent in the parent process check we mentioned earlier. And you can see that we're talking about right here on the diagram. OK, so to wrap up the second attack method, first we create a payload binary And since protocol calls cosine-div command without absolutely pass, so to fetch the team ID and bundle ID. So we can abuse that by using pass interpretation. We drop a fake cosine binary in /tmp and change the environment variables. So protocol runs our version instead of the real one. And this way, we can return any team ID and bundle ID we want to pass the whitelist check. And finally, we package the coder into a die process because protocol needs to retrieve the parent process information since the from application function we mentioned earlier. And here's a screenshot of our POC. This execution is almost instant, so showing the video will be kind of funny. And we'll be releasing this POC script at the end. Now, before we wrap up the browser cores bypass method, there's a little story here. At first, we tried patching browser core and running it directly, but we ran into an issue. It's called caller is not allowed to invoke, along with an error called -6000. So after hitting that error, we used LLDB to see what was going on. And to our surprise, we just get the PID cookie right here, and that made us to figure out what was going on. We noticed that the key difference in the logs that the fail run couldn't retrieve the team ID and bundle ID. And the component responsible for getting that information is app SSO agent. So we started reversing it. And here's the key point. When app SSO agent retrieves information like the team ID, it checks whether the caller is valid or running in debug mode. And this explains what happened earlier because when we patched browser cores, CS valid flag became false. And when we attach LLDB, CS debug was true. Some of you might be thinking, does that mean LLDB can also be a way to grab the PID cookie? And exactly, we thought about that too, but here's the catch. We need to disable system integrated protection and then approve the developer to access from with our touch ID or password. So LLDB method requires us extra privilege escalation. Now, the caller we're talking about here is the second one. App SSO agent checks whether its caller has CS valid flag or CS debug. And in this case, the caller is browser core, and which is what you see here on the diagram. So in short, the second method works, and it doesn't require any extra pull request. And that little LLDB twist led us to dig into AD authentication framework. And what we found was the browser core was just the tip of the iceberg. As we dug deeper, we discovered that there are actually 4 different SSO paths, and that led us to a third method, direct SSO code invocation via Apple's API. These 4 SSO paths are first, browser native message is the same route browser core uses, and the second is passkey credential operation, which, as the name suggests, is for the passkey. And these 2 paths enforce team ID and bundle ID validations, but then we found there are 2 paths that don't validate the team ID at all. One is general SSO extension requests, mainly used by Microsoft apps like Outlook, Teams, and Excel. The other is cookie SSO acquisition, mainly used by third-party apps like Firefox or Opera. And we can see that in the cookie SSO flow, there's a whitelist of 16 bundle IDs, and coming from the third-party browser bundle IDs NS block. And the problem here is that this path doesn't validate the team ID of those third-party apps at all. So what that means is we can just direct code the verification path and attach any one of those 16 bundle IDs, and I'll be able to obtain the PID cookie. And just as I said, we successfully get the PID cookie right here. And also, this tool will be also releasing at the end. So to wrap up, the third method is also requires no extra pull request. And just like the second one, it works entirely with user-level privilege. And before wrapping up this section, let me share a couple of interesting findings we came across during our research, and as well some of the biggest Microsoft made over this summer. The first one is about browser core. Originally, Microsoft used a relative path when calling cosine command, which allowed us to perform a path interception attack. And in their fix, they replace the related path with an absolute one. And it makes sense. Next, Microsoft also improved their check against our direct SSL call attack. Previously, some third-party vendors only validated for the bundle IDs. So they adjust the whitelist and add verification of 4 additional team IDs, which is Prisma SS Browser, and also called Talon Browser. But since Talon Cybersecurity was acquired by Palo Alto Networks in December 2023, so Talon's team ID is different from Palo Alto Networks. So there's also another one for Palo Alto Networks, and there are also Firefox and Google Chrome. And indeed, when we reverse the third-party bundle IDs, we confirmed that they match those 4 team IDs. And on the slide, you can see how the bundle IDs can be grouped into these 4 categories, which we mentioned in the previous slide. And in addition, although most of our discovery highlighted weakness in Microsoft macOS implementation, Apple reached out to us before our Troopers talk in June. They proactively addressed some of the issues, and in macOS Ventura 13.7.7, you can even see a CV related to this research published. And some of you might wonder why Apple had to patch anything if the issues were in Microsoft implementation. And the reason is that in the macOS, as the operating system, it needs to handle requests from different vendors. So by adding more validation checks at the OS level, Apple can make the overall environment safer and reduce the chances to mistake by third-party vendors' implementations. So many thanks to Apple by doing this patch. And here's something a bit more fun upon doing reversing. When we look into the binary, we actually found traces of the developer's environment. Things like their username or report or the path name. Because in Objective-C, login macros like nslog or MSID logger automatically embed constants such as file name and path into the binary. And even if you strip the binary, these strings stay there unless you change the compiler settings or redefine the macros. So out of curiosity, I copied the usernames and searched online, and I found a LinkedIn profile of a Microsoft software engineer with these matching skills. Yeah, you can see that it's about Mac, Xcode, and iOS development. So this is quite interesting. OK, so let's back to the topic. In this section, we've shown that stealing the PRT cookie on macOS is indeed possible. But once you had the cookie, you only have 15 minutes. So the question is, how can we turn that into persistent?
OK, thanks, Kazma. So next part, I will introduce how we achieve persistence in Entra ID. So we already just introduced ourselves. I'm Jiang, and so I'm the director of research at Cycraft, which is Taiwan cybersecurity company. And also, I'm a big fan of punks. So our cybersecurity company, UCCU, actually is punks. And also my blog, Hacker Peanuts Jiang, is also the punks in Mandarin. And there's another key member in our project is Dongling Li. Yeah, you might notice I'm Jiang and Kazma. Every Taiwanese working in IT, they all have their English name. So there's a key. The Entra ID persistent parameter is me and Dongling Li made this. So jumping to our topic, because the PRT cookie only validates a few minutes, so we want to achieve persistence. But how? So we can be using the device join scenario. Like you can use a fake device and use this fake device and generate the PRT cookie. And even more, you can bypass some conditional access policy. But there's some requirement is, if you're trying to register a device, you need an access token without device claim. Which means if you're trying to steal the PRT cookie from a device, you cannot use just the PRT cookie to register a new device. So we will introduce later on about how to bypass it. And besides more, we are not just register a fake device persistent in Entra ID. We also want to bypass some conditional policy. like the MFA. And there's some interesting knowledge about the MFA is if you log in through the passwordless authentication, Microsoft will just give you the MFA claim. Even you didn't actually pass the MFA, it will just give you the MFA claim. And if you're trying to register Windows out of this device, you require an NGC MFA claim. What's an NGC MFA claim? Which is indicated you passed the MFA in the 10 minutes ago. Besides the MFA, we also want can bypass some conditional policy like a required device to mark as compliant. In this part, you can use a Pine tool to help you to achieve that. So here is our whole persistence flow. We have the 5 steps. For the step 3 and step 5, reduce the fake device and reduce Windows Hello for Business, you can use a tool called Raw AD Tools. So it's published by Dr. Jiang. And the step 4, make a fake device, pass a device compliance, you can use a Pine tool. So there is coming a key question is step 1 and step 2. So this cannot be achieved now, so we will introduce how we achieve the step 1 and step 2. But before we dive in step 1 and step 2, like the get token without device ID, actually previously you can use the Storm PRT cookie to register a fake device. And also you can transfer the MFA claim to the PRT. There's a lot of relay issue. Microsoft already fixed it. If you are interested about the relay issue, you can check about Dr. Jiang's blog. All the relay issue he found out. So in step 1, we need to get a token without device ID because we need to register a fake device. So how we get the token? We have a lot of methods, like you can use in phishing. The upside is you don't need to really compromise the endpoint. But the downside is you need to some user intention, and it's not reliable. And also, you can use a seamless single sign-on. It's a setting enabled on your Entra ID tenant. The upside is the noise level is very low, but the downside is based on our research and Dr. Nestori, he will talk later on. In the 3 years ago, around the 25% of the tenant has this setting enabled. It's not too much. And the third method is reset password. The upside is you across the different OS and the join type. The downside is user might notice the password has been changed. So we will talk about this part later. So how to reset password? We will need login to Microsoft My Sign portal. There's a front end and back end logic. If you log in with the access token with the password claim and the multi-factor claim, the UI will say, hey, you just need to type your new password, and which is mapping to the API password reset endpoint. But if you log in with the access token only MFA claim, just like you stealing a PRT cookie, you only have the MFA claim. The UI will say, hey, you need to type your current password. And this mapping to the API password change. So which would be great if we can abuse the API password reset. So here is inconsistent logic. So between the front end and back end, if you're trying to call in the API password reset endpoint, actually the UI says you need to password claim, but actually you just send the MFA claim. The password claim is not required. So we can easily to abuse this inconsistent backend and the front end. We can just call this endpoint and reset the current password with a Storm PRT cookie from a device. So later on we will give you a demo. And the fourth method is to use a passkey in a Microsoft Authenticator. The upside is the noise level is very low, and you can get the token without device ID. Also, you got the MFA. But the downside, you require some router interaction, so you need to pull out your phone and press enter. So once we get the access token without the device ID, we still need to find a way to re-authenticate by MFA. We want to get the NGC MFA claim because we want our fake device to upgrade to Windows Alert for Business device. So basically, if we were trying to get the NGC MFA, we need to pass the MFA in the 10 minutes. So for the scenario is we store a PRT cookie, so we only have the MFA claim. So if we want to upgrade to NGC MFA claim, so we need to pass the MFA. But how we bypass this? We don't have MFA. But that's the interesting part is, if we're trying to register a new MFA method, you only have MFA claim, right? So register a new MFA is okay for Microsoft. So you don't need to re-authenticate MFA. So we can register a new MFA method in the Vulns account and bypass it. So it's just like NGC MFA protection, just like that. Yeah. So for Microsoft, you are previous Microsoft just feel like you use a stolen device credential to register a fake device is not allowed. But if you manipulate authentication information and register new device, it's okay for them. Yeah. But later on, I will say how MSRC respond us, how they fix it. And here is our demonstration. We will compromise macOS and steal the PRT cookie from macOS and register the fake device and adding the own MFA and add to make our fake device to a Windows Alert for Business device. So first, we are just trying to access the conditional access policy and just check our Vulns has required the OMFA to the access all resource. And then we are trying to steal the PRT cookie from the Vulns account. And then we just stealing the PRT cookie from macOS. Now we have a PRT cookie. Now just for the proof, so this PRT cookie only have RSA claim and the MFA claim. So we don't have the password claim and the NGC MFA claim. So we are use our own script to reset the Vulns password. And then we have control the Vulns password. And now we are just trying to log in to register a fake device for later move persistence. And now because we already reset it, so we are trying to open the Office 365 portal. Just proof we have a successful control of Vulns password. And now typing the new password, and they require the MFA. But we don't have the MFA yet, so again, we are stealing the PRT cookie, and use this PRT cookie open the My Sign-in portal. And just for easy demonstration, so we are using the browser to easy to understand how to achieve that. So we're just adding our MFA method. So in this part, we use key pass with a TOTP code. So for easy understand. So just copy the seed and pass in the key pass. And then we got the OTP code. So we just successfully register the TOTP MFA. And now we want to our current access token to upgrade to a NGC MFA claim. So now we use the root tool and it will pop out Windows and we just enter our TOTP code. And now we have NGC MFA claim. So now once we have NGC MFA claim, so we can upgrade our fake device to the Windows Alert for Business device. And now we have successfully registered Windows Hello for Business device, and we can use a Windows Hello for Business device to log into the Office 365 portal. And also, in the Fitness account, if you check on the authentication method, you will notice there's a Windows Hello for Business device. That's what we just added in the Fitness account. Yeah, that's all demo. Thanks. So based on the demonstration, there's a 3 key elements. All this element is coming from the fake device. We have a user identity, we have a PRT, and we have very strong MFA, the Windows Hello for Business. So we have these 3 items we can persistent in the Entra ID. And not just in Entra ID. If you have a PRT, actually, you can lateral movement between the Entra ID joint device. So you can use in this year, in the Troopers, there's a talk about how to use a PRT lateral movement between the Entra ID joint device. You can check, if you are interested about this part, you can check on that. And then you might be thinking, oh, what if I require all of things like a registered device or the registered security information, all of things need MFA. You can implement this, but you will encounter some problem, and it's actually not working. And also, if you implement this kind of conditionalized policy, you might encounter deadlock. Like my friend, he just implemented this policy, and they have new employee on board, and they just type a password. And the Entra ID say, hey, you need to pass MFA, then you can enter in MFA. But he's just new in this company, so he didn't have MFA. So you will encounter something like this deadlock scenario. The only way to escape out is to use a tab for the initial login. If you apply this conditional access policy, it's not enough. So just use this diagram to easy to understand. So you have the PRT cookie with the MFA claim. And then we have 2 methods to do. First is adding the new MFA. The current conditional access policy just requires you, hey, you need to pass MFA, but we already have MFA claim, so we can easily to satisfy this policy check. And then follow reset password. Because the UI, front end, and the back end, they are inconsistent. So we can easily to reset the current password. And now we have our own MFA, and we have a successful reset the fitness password. So now we can register our fake device in the Entra ID tenant. But there's a conditional policy require MFA for the registered device. But we have our own MFA, so we can easily satisfy this policy check too. And then we can upgrade to our fake device to the Windows Hello for Business device because we have TOTP, our own MFA. So we can persistence in Entra ID. Just like Kazma mentioned for the macOS PRT cookie thief, Microsoft already fixed it. So you just update your company portal. And besides just fix it, and we also want to mention because Intune has a wide list of bundle ID, you still need to check the Intune app preferred allow list and the app cookie SSO allow list in your organization setting. Because if it is a whitelist, it still be possible to abuse it. And here is a summary of our talk. Now, PRT cookie on macOS is now possible. And also, we noticed not just Microsoft, other vendors has implemented the SSO extension on the macOS. We think they might have a similar issue. And also, if you are the macOS developer, always use the team ID, not the bundle ID, to check the binary. We have a presentation about this part in a DEFCON, and MSRC responders, they will start to fix it, but until the last Friday, I tried the persistent method, it's still working. So maybe they want to let us have some fun, just play it. And also, if you want to mitigate the persistent method, actually, you can create a conditionalized policy with some weak criteria, like the IP, location, user agent. It still can make the attack very hard to persistence. And also, you can monitor the new join device and the user adding the new MFA. You can monitor it and check with your user. And that's all. And here is the GitHub repo. If you are interested about how to steal the PRT cookie on macOS, you can check it on this GitHub repo. And thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have one question from the people at home or here. We will never know. Okay, great talk. I didn't get or understand how you mimic the Chrome signature. Isn't the point of a signature that you cannot fake it?
Oh.
Because the browser calls method, browser call only use cosine -dv command to retrieve the team ID from the terminal output. So this is not like the authentication framework check for the team ID, because browser call only use cosine -dv command to retrieve team ID. So we can actually write our like Google Chrome's team ID and bundle ID to the terminal's output and use our cosine command to retrieve that. Does that help?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, another round of applause for Shang-De and Kazma. Let's switch. Okay. Thank you. Okay, next talk. We do have him. We have Dr. Nestori Syynimaa. Somewhere. Oh, it's coming. Okay, so Nestori is a principal identity security researcher at the Microsoft Threat Intelligence Center and the creator of the AAD Internals Toolkit. He brings decades of experience as a researcher, consultant, and lecturer across Microsoft Cloud Security and Identity. In the ultimate guide for protecting hybrid identities in Entra ID, he'll walk through overlooked but effective mitigations to stop attackers pivoting from on-prem to cloud. Please welcome Dr. Nestori Syynimaa.
Okay, so let's see how this goes. And is the cameraman awake? Because I'm going to move here. Okay. Yeah, it's booting. Yeah. Okay. So welcome everybody to my talk about how to protect your hybrid identities. So I have a lot of content to cover, so I'll just jump into that. And I'm currently on a kind of a tour, if you will. So it's called the non-US tour. So I'm trying to avoid to go to America. And I even made a nice t-shirt, so it's like this. But it's not updated, so you need to use that QR code if you want to see that. But basically, after this, we will fly to Canada. There's 2 conferences, and then later on next month, I'm going to Eco Party. So hopefully that would be the last one, but we are not sure about that. And when you talk a lot, you have a lot of speeches, well, all kind of things can happen. Like this. It was Black Hat Asia 2023, but it was luckily 15 minutes before my talk, so all good. And then what other kind of things can happen? So back in 2022 also, I was in a conference in Germany called Hybrid Identity Conference, and I was, somebody tweeted when I was pointing something, and then one of my friends, Olaf Hartong, said that that's a very good advice, but it's also good for meme. And then somebody cut the background off and used that as a meme. And funny enough, the same conference was 2 weeks ago, and guess what? I have a new pointer, which I can use in my slides. And I showed this slide yesterday in Brucon in Belgium, and of course there's another picture of me pointing thing. But yeah, who am I? So I had a nice introduction, thanks for that. So just to tell you kind of like what I do, so what is like part of my job. So one part is that I'm trying to fight vulnerabilities before the bad guys do, so pretty much the same thing I did before I joined Microsoft. And the second part is that I'm educating people. So that's the purpose I'm here today. So I'm going to kind of teach you that how you can protect your hybrid identities. And why this is important. Somebody said a few years ago, I can't remember what year that was, but hackers don't break in anymore. They log in, as Dirkian did last week. You probably remember that one. And this is like our threat intelligence report. Is it? Yes, from 2024. And if we see here, there are like 99, oh, sorry, wrong screen. This works better. So 99% of attacks we have witnessed are password-based. So it's phishing, you try to do like a password spray and that kind of things. And 1% is something else. And now, today, I'm going to focus on this, so infrastructure compromise. So even though that we witnessed that less than 1% is about that, it's very important because attackers can log in if they can breach your environment. So what I'm talking about here, let's see. So what means hybrid authentication? So basically it means that you can use the same credentials in your on-prem and in cloud. And when I started doing this training about Entra, well, it was called Azure AD at that time. It was 2013, and the first option at that point to use same credentials in your on-prem and cloud was to use identity federation, which was typically implemented using ADFS. And if you remember the SolarGate attack, that originated from on-prem ADFS. Then came password hash synchronization, so there was not that much infrastructure, but not everybody likes to give passwords to us, but they are password hashes, so we don't know the actual passwords, no worries. So that was like a next option to do that, and I think that's the best one nowadays. And then came password authentication, which means that there's an agent on your on-prem server that is connected to Entra, and whenever somebody is trying to log into Entra, those credentials are sent to your agent that is in your on-prem server, and then that agent tries to log in as using those credentials. And then we also have certificate-based authentication, but I'm not going to talk about that today. Okay, so cloud is quite secure, I would say. So users just need to log in. They just need to provide their proof of identity, and they are good to go. And for hackers, it's nowadays quite bad. So as the report says that there's a lot of like password-based attacks. So basically, if you're a threat actor, you need to get users using a password or some other methods of identification. So you can do phishing and you can do brute forcing and that kind of things. But when you have this hybrid, it means that you have your on-prem environment that the threat actors can already know how to attack. So when you use these kind of identities, you kind of like make a hole to that safe cloud, which means now when threat actors want to attack, they can attack your on-prem components, compromise then, and then they can be anybody they want to. So they can log in. Okay, next quote, quite famous quote from our VP of Security, John Lambert. So, as he says here, is that a problem with, well, all defense is that defenders think in lists, meaning that block this, block this, block this. And attackers are thinking in graphs, meaning that they are trying to find all the ways that can lead to their end goal, whatever that is. And as long as this is true, attackers win. So in this session, I'm going to show you a lot of graphs. But I had to change them a little bit. So one of my hobbies is that every now and then I'm publishing like scientific papers. So this is from earlier this year. So exploring attack paths using graph theory. And here's an example of the graph I have there in that paper. And the process goes that if you want to publish some scientific thing, for instance in conferences, you need to send your paper there, and you usually have reviewers, anything from 3 to 5, so it depends on the conference. And the first review was, yes, this is a nice paper, go ahead. And the second one was like this. So my first question, and he had a lot of questions, or she, I don't know, where is the graph theory and where are the graphs? Because he didn't think that that was a graph. It was something else. So I'm now using the real graph, so with nodes and edges. So they are actual graphs. Okay, so let's start with Entra Connect Sync. Who is using that, by the way? Nobody? Okay, so you are either lying or you don't know. But okay, so what is the Entra Cloud Connect does? So it synchronizes objects from your on-prem to Entra. So that's the whole purpose of that thing. And it is using either Entra ID user or application identity to identify itself. So the username has been, or user identity has been there like since the beginning of the times, but quite recently we published this application identity option, which is more safe. So let's try to build a graph for you guys. So we have the Entra Connect, and it is using a secret. And that secret has access to certain services. So AWS is for admin web service, which means the protocol that the Connect is using to synchronize stuff. Then it has access to Microsoft Graph. Well, AAD Graph, that is going to be like deprecated quite soon, or retired, and the provision API that already is retired. So let's talk about the first two only. So you have the Connect software. It has access to secret that has access to backend services. And now these backend services have access to Entra ID. So you don't directly get access there, but using different protocols you will get access there. Now this Entra Connect is running on a server that has an administrator's role, and we have a user called Bob that has assigned to that administrator role. It means that if you are an administrator on that server, you can read or you can use the secret. Can read means that you can read the secret and use it offline from other places. Can use means that you can only use that secret when you are on that box, so you have a physical control of that box. So this gives us like a couple of things that we might to block. So I am going to show you graphs, how to attack, but I will provide you lists because you are defenders, how to block those. So how can we try to block these? So the first one is easy. Just apply the principle of least privilege. So don't give Bob admin permissions. Okay? But the second one, what does this mean or what we can do? So access to secret. So we now have the secret and we have different options. So we have the username and password, which was the oldest one. And then we have, so if you're admin, you can read that. They are stored encrypted on the server, but because you are an admin, you can read them, you can decrypt those. So you can get the username and password, use them from your own device and so on. And to fight against this kind of path, we introduced this application and certificate method, which means that you need to register an application. Well, it's done automatically when you configure this. And then you have a certificate that is used as a kind of like proof of identity for that application. But now, where you store that certificate? So if you store a private key on disk, it doesn't help. The admin can still read that. But if you use TPM or HSM on your server, then you can only use that, which means that, well, it looks like that we have now a quite nice new way to protect that, so that we use application and certificate identity and store the private key on TPM, right? But you can still use that, so you can ask TPM that, can I please sign stuff with that private key, and TPM will do that because that's how the TPM works. But that still limits the blast radius because you need to be on the box all the time, right? It was like that until Daniel Heinzen from SpecterOps found a way that if you know or if you can use that certificate, you can add a new credential to that application in cloud, which means that basically if you compromise the box, add a new certificate, then you know that certificate and you can use that wherever you want to. So there's pretty much currently nothing that we can do about that. You just need to be aware that what are like the options. I still would say that please use this one. So use application and certificate, store private key on TPM, and just monitor if there are any changes on that application. So it renews itself like once in 6 months or something like that. So if there's like a shorter cadence of new credentials, then something phony is going on. Okay, I have some demos. Let's see how this goes. So yesterday in BrewCon, my demos didn't work because there was no network access, but now I don't need that because I'm doing on-prem stuff. So let's start with this one. So what we are seeing here, actually I need to, yeah, okay. So now I'm in Entra ID Connect server that is using username and password. And I'm just going to show you how easily we can export those. So we need to be local admins, which we are. And then I'm using my AAD internals toolkit. And for endpoints to extract the credentials. So I'm just going to type get AAD int sync credentials like this. Yeah. Oh, now I know what's probably the cause, but I just need to make the window a little bit smaller. Just a second. Because every time I do these demos, I'm using my laptop and it has more pixels than those monitors there. So. Okay, that should do it, hopefully. That's better. Okay. Well, it's still not good. Let me try again. So, reconnect group. Okay. Now it should do it. Okay, so the reason why this didn't run is that we have a thing called virus protection, and we just need to turn it off. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, that's better. So I just need to have local admin and maybe disable that virus thing because we are hackers, we can do that. But you can just now copy the username here and password and you're good to go. By the way, they don't work, so you can take pictures, no worries. Okay, then we go to second one, and we're going to say the same thing. Get AAD int sync credentials, like this. But now it says that you are using certificate, so you can't do that anymore. So you need to export that one. So I'm going to export that. So now I have the identity of the Entra Connect sync. And which one is that? Well, it doesn't matter. Just double click. Oh, no, not double click. Right click and open. There it is. So if we zoom a bit, we can see that now we have the identity of that Entra Connect, and we have the private key, so we can be that Entra Connect. And what we can do with that, let's talk about that next. Okay. So we have like different kind of secrets. So we have this username and password, and then we have application and certificate. Now, the username and password, if you are using that one, you have assigned a role that limits access to other services. Then you can have conditional access policies, which can be which is evaluated by Entra ID. So when you are trying to get access token with those credentials which you stole, those are evaluated, and that limits access to AWS or MS Graph. And that's assigned either to user or to row. Now, what can we do with this application certificate kind of stuff? So we have also conditional access policies for that, but it's called workload identities. So it's a different kind of a thing that you need to buy. But anyway, so this is kind of how you can limit what happens after somebody stole your secrets. So this is for that. Okay, and then the last part of the graph is that the access to Entra ID. So Entra ID has two kind of objects, roughly. So you have the synchronized objects that are originating from your on-prem, and then you have cloud objects, which are only in cloud, as the name suggests. And then the secret, which you have access to both of these APIs, so the synchronization API and MS Graph. And with this AWS, you can modify, you can create, update, delete, you can reset or set password of synchronized objects, but you can't do anything with the on-prem object using that secret. There's another secret for that. And with MS Graph, you can only modify the cloud-only objects, not the synchronized ones. Well, you can disable them, but pretty much that's the only thing that you can do. And the secret has a certain set of permissions, and those can limit access to MS Graph. There's no thing that you can configure that, okay, this secret can only do that kind of stuff using that other API, so only for this MS Graph one. Now, in AWS, it has two things that it can use, which are called hard match and soft match. And who knows what these are for? Yeah? Ah, you do. So basically, way back when people were migrating from on-prem to cloud, you usually had like a group of people who were like beta testers or whatever. So they had their email addresses and objects created already in the cloud. And now when you try to migrate users from your on-prem to cloud, you don't want to delete those users. You want to match them. Okay? So these soft and hard matches are used for that. And what those actually does is that they are changing the cloud objects to synchronized objects. So now you can modify them. Meaning that if you have this secret, you have access to this API, you can convert cloud-only objects to synchronized objects, and then you can set their passwords and you can delete them and update or whatever you want. Okay? So what can we do here? So here are some things that you can do. So limit access to server, of course, limit access to secrets. limit access to services, so use those conditional access policies and that kind of things, and then also limit access to Entra ID. So block all those soft and hard match features because you don't need them unless you are migrating. But then you can turn them back for a while, and then you can turn them back off again. Okay, so only like half of my time spent to one thing. I have 4 more to go. So let's speed up. Entra Cloud Sync. So that's kind of a new version of that Entra Connect. Who is using that? Okay, then you are all cloud only. That's fine. So that is doing the same thing that the Entra Connect. So it's synchronizing objects from from on-prem to Entra, and sometimes there are some writebacks also. And it is using a different kind of authentication method, so it's using certificate-based authentication, or CBA. So how that works? So we have a thing called provision agent, and it has an access to, it's using configuration, and configuration says that, okay, where you should synchronize, and so on. And it's also using a secret. And this secret is, as I said, it's a certificate, which is stored in the computer that is running the provision agent. And that secret has access to hybrid identity service, and then that service is using a user account called AD to AAD sync service account. So if you have that account and you are using that, don't delete that, otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, so this agent, and it has access to Entra ID, so you don't have direct access, so you have access through that certain user. Okay, and this secret is managed by a thing called bootstrap service, which means that whenever that secret is getting old, that bootstrap service is giving you a new certificate. So technically, the provision agent is calling that bootstrap service once in every 10 minutes. Okay, and the secret has access to that, obviously. And then the agent is running on server, who has admin group, and Bob is admin. And now it means that Bob can read the secret and then do whatever he wants with that secret. And there was so if you get compromised, you can delete that agent from the cloud only by calling us. So even though that you delete the agent on your on-prem server, it still stays in the cloud. So you need to ask us to delete that. So now we have attack chain here. So Bob can do whatever this provision agent can do because he has the certificate. Now, interesting thing is that the secret is valid only for 90 days or so. But if you have that secret, you can call to bootstrap service and ask another one. So if you steal that, you get it offline, you can still use that. You can just call to bootstrap service and give me another one because this is getting expired. And this one, the original one, would still work just fine. So how can we mitigate against this? So same things. To prevent the access to services, so if something has happened, if you know that your secret has been compromised, you can delete the configuration and you can contact us so that we can delete the agent record from the cloud. And otherwise, if you are compromised, you can disable the user so it can't do any damage. So it's pretty much quite safe because you can disable that, so synchronization stops, so the compromised certificate can't be used anymore. And then whenever that's sorted out, you can just enable that again. So it's not destructive. Okay, then to password authentication. And basically, as I told you, what this does is that it's verifying credentials it gets from Entra, and it's verifying them against the local on-prem AD. And technically, it's using the same technique as the Entra Cloud Sync, so it's using the same kind of client. So we have a provision agent, so same stuff. It is using a secret who has access to HIS, and that has direct access to Entra ID. And it's managed in the same way. It has same access. It's running on server and so on and so on. So now we have the same kind of attack graph, exactly as with the Entra Cloud Sync, because they are using same kind of underlying technology. So what can we do here? Pretty much same things. So limit access to the server so that it won't get compromised, and if it gets compromised, you can just disable PTA. So it's a setting on cloud, so which you can disable, and then you can contact our support that we will remove that agent if that's required. So basically, how this works, by the way, PTA agent. So when you add a new agent, it stays there unless it's deleted when it's not used for 10 days. Okay. So if threat actor doesn't use that for 10 days, it will get removed. But I'm pretty sure that threat actor would use that quite actively. So it doesn't get deleted. Even though that you delete your own agent or you are not using that anymore, threat actor is still using that. So that's why the only way to delete that is to contact our support. All right. Then to federated identity, which is one of my favorite childs. So this verifies identity of a user or device or group or whatever using external identity provider. And typically this is implemented with ADFS. So nowadays you have Okta or Ping or that kind of things also. And basically how this works is that Entra ID accepts tokens signed with IDP's private key. And that's how the trust is like formed. So we have Entra ID and we have identity provider. We have a certificate that is used by identity provider, and you are creating tokens. The type of token really doesn't matter, so it can be anything, usually OAuth. And that represents an object that is contained in Entra ID. Now, the token is signed by certificate, and Entra ID trusts that certificate. So that's how this thing works. So basically, if you want to own the whole tenant, you just need to get that certificate. So that's like how the federated identity works in general. And now let's see how ADFS-specific attack graph works. So we have ADFS, and we have the certificate, which it is using, and Entra ID trusts that. So pretty much same as in previous, but then to the details. So again, it's running on server. There's admin group, and Bob is one of the admins, and now Bob can read or can use that certificate. So this is kind of the attack part which we now are fighting against. Okay, so how to access that ADFS token signing certificate? So first of all, there are two types of certificates. So managed ones. Managed ones are the default one, and it means that your ADFS server is managing that certificate. So whenever it's getting old, it's creating a new one and updating that to Entra. And then we have a custom one. That means that you are responsible of updating and maintaining that certificate. Now, the managed one is stored on disk, which means, I think you know, that, that admin can access that. Then we have the custom certificate, which you can also store on disk, but if you have TPM or HSM or hardware security module, you can store it there. Now, admin can read, which means that it can export the secret if they are stored on disk, regardless of the type. And they can use things that are on TPM, which means that to exploit anything, they need to be like on that box. So what we really want to do is to block these two. So only use custom certificates, store them on TPM, and you are good to go. Of course, again, you have the possibility that if the threat actor has persistent mechanism being on your ADFS, then they can do things, but that's quite uncommon. Okay, so show demo or two demos about that. So now I go to ADFS server. I'm just gonna export those. So these are managed certificates. They are managed by ADFS, so they are stored on the local computer's personal certificate store. So it's quite easy to export. Sorry, no, they are not stored there because these are managed one. So they are stored in configuration database, but they are encrypted with a secret that is stored on AD. But anyways, as long as you have access to that box, you can decrypt that. So get AD int ADFS. No, let's export. ADFS certificates, and then I just export them. So it's that easy. You just need to have access to that box and you get them. Now you can sign certificates like Jiang did with, even though you didn't have secrets, but you were able to write tokens to all tenants in the wild world, but this is only for one tenant. But anyways, quite easy. Now the second demo is, it's not live demo because it's about a custom certificate that is stored in HSM, and running that HSM ate all my Azure credits, so it was up only for 2 days or something, so I had a video about that. So let's see how that looks like. So Philippe was same thing, and I'm importing my module, and then I'm just going to export those, or trying to. But because they are in HSM, I can access that. So we got an error message here that says that it is probably HSM bound here. And provider is Cavium key storage, which we use in Azure to do that actual thing. Okay. So then how we can exploit this trust? So that's the next question. So we have this token that is representing an object in Entra. Now objects, like users, they have sign-in domain. And we have two types of domains. So we have the federated domain, which means that when I'm trying to log in, your login is redirected to that federated identity provider, and then you will get back with the token. Or managed, which means that Entra ID is taking care of that whole authentication process. Now, if you remember the certificate that we were stealing, so it's attached to a certain federated domain. So not the tenant, but domain. Now, each of those tokens has a thing called immutable ID, and each object has those also. So it's kind of like identifies the user. And now, when you have this token that you have signed using a certificate, and you try to access Entra, Entra is only validating the existence of immutable ID. Okay? So for instance, if we have domain A, which is federated, and we have domain B, which is not federated, I'm crafting a token for domain B user, which is not federated, but the ID in the token matches, then it's valid. So we have like this kind of attack path now, which means that by default that we can craft tokens for any domains with any federated like certificate in that tenant, which is quite not so good. But what we can do about that, so we have some settings. So again, don't let people, or minimize the access to the ADFS server, and limit access to the certificate by using custom certificates and store them on TPM or HSM. And then we have some settings that you can do to limit the trust, so that the scenario I mentioned that wouldn't be possible. So if I'm trying to craft a token for domain B that is managed, it doesn't work. So you can use those settings to enable that. Okay, and then the last but not the least is the Exchange Hybrid, which Jiang published a few weeks ago. So why does this matter? So let's see about this. So what is Exchange Hybrid? So why do we have these kind of things? So basically, if you have on-prem server, you're running Exchange there, and then you have some users in cloud. This enables like mail routing, but also like you can move mailboxes from on-prem to cloud and back. And it enables like sharing your free and busy time and that kind of things, and a lot of more. But to do that, you need to have some identity, right? So let's hope I got this right. So Xsense is using a secret, and that secret is representing Office 365 online service. So basically what it means that when you are configuring this, Xsense is adding a new credentials to Office 365 Xsense online service principal in Entra. Okay? And now that service or service principal has access to Entra ID. And when you are running this Xsense hybrid configuration, it needs a token, and it's acquiring a thing called actor token, which Entra ID is then generating to you. That Xsense is running on server. It has admin group where Bob is, which means that Bob can now read the secret, and with that secret it can get himself an actor token. Now, why this actor token is important? So let's see how we can exploit that. So we have the actor here, so it can be like it can be Xsense server or it can be a threat actor, it doesn't matter. So it has access to that actor token. And now the actor can create a thing called impersonation token, right? And that token contains the actor token. And what is important here is that it happens offline. So as long as you have the actor token, you can create an impersonation token. You just add this actor token inside that token, and then you can be pretty much who you want to. So because if we remember, the actor token represents the Xsense online service as such, but this impersonation token represents a user. And the token gives access to Xsense web service, which is also validating the token that it's for correct user and correct tenant and so on. But anyways, so actor, after getting that actor token, you can be anybody in that tenant in Xsense online. So you can be global admin if you are, and you can send email as that user and so on. So that's why it's very important. Now, what Dirk also found that you could ask tokens for Azure AD Graph, and you could say that I'm from this tenant and I'm this user, so you could do cross-tenant things, so you could be anybody pretty much. But we fixed that quite soon, luckily. So it means that the actor token is bad one. So always, if you have Xsense Hybrid, please make sure that you are protecting that. And how to do that? So we have a couple of things. So again, limit access to service. Store the certificate on TPM or HSM. You can do that even though that it would have been created by the Xsense hybrid configuration wizard. But we have like a guiding to stop using the Xsense online identity, but using our own dedicated Xsense hybrid app, and that also makes it a little bit more safer. And only gives you access to what the Xsense hybrid really needs to be having an access. Okay, so the only AI slide I'm going to have. So I asked AI to draw a picture which is like Simpsons themed about an old angry guy with a ponytail yelling at clouds. So that is me. Okay, do we have any questions?
Yeah, there is one.
Just one?
We are waiting to... Okay, sorry. So the question is, what is the bare minimum defense for this environment?
Which environment? No, that's a bad... You can ask that kind of question. So okay, well, let's start with Entra Connect Sync. So the minimum there would be that use the new application-based identity for that. Cloud Sync, just limit the access to server because that's pretty much all there's to do. PTA don't use that. Then for ADFS, as I showed in the end, so pretty much just use like the custom certificates and store them safely. And for the last one, try to get rid of the hybrid. But the minimum would be that use the new like dedicated application identity for that. So I don't know, did I answer for the question, because I don't know which environment we were talking about, but yeah.
Okay.
And the basic thing with all the components that are kind of hybrid components, please treat them as tier 0 servers. So you need to protect them as well as you protect your like on-prem AD. So maybe that's the bare minimum.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nestori. Thank you again. So next is our last speaker, Yuval Gordon. Yuval is a security researcher at Akamai Technologies, specializing in Active Directory internals, identity-based attacks, and protocol research. He moved from security ops and incident response into deep protocol analysis and practical exploitation. He combines careful reverse engineering with defender-focused guidance to turn complex AD failure modes into actionable detection and mitigations. In this talk, he will explain CVE 2025-53779 and the bad successor technique that enabled domain compromise and what teams should do now. So please welcome Yuval Gordon.
Hey. Thank you. One moment. Okay, we're good. Okay, thank you everyone. I'm really excited to be here. So happy to be in Rome, and RomHack is it's such a fantastic event. So I'm really happy to talk here. So today I'm going to talk about a research that I did and the vulnerability I found in Active Directory. Okay, something. Okay, we're good. But before we start the talk, I found this vulnerability while doing research on dMSA. And a few years ago, I also did a research on gMSA. Now, I can now say that I understand a thing or two about how managed service accounts work. But the one thing that I couldn't figure out was why the D in dMSA and the G in gMSA are lowercase. And really, I asked a ton of people about it, and it really bothered me, but I couldn't get an answer that actually satisfied me. So I'm telling you this story because if at some point during the presentation you will stop for a moment and ask yourself why it is written that way, I have no clue. So yeah. So I'm Yuval Gordon. I'm a security researcher at Akamai Technologies. And in the last decade or so, I've been doing different roles in cybersecurity. And the one domain that I keep coming back to is identity research and Active Directory. And in Akamai, I'm doing offensive research. So this is how I got to this research. That is my X handle here. So feel free to follow me or to reach out after the talk. So our agenda for today, we are going to start with a quick introduction to service accounts. Then I'm going to do a deep dive to dMSA. I'm going to explain exactly where I found the vulnerability. Now here we have a little spoiler, but bad successor was patched. So I'm going to talk about about bad successor, about what it was before the patch. But then I will also talk about what it is after the patch. So don't worry, bad successor, I think at least that bad successor is still a thing. So it will be worth to listen. So
so we start with a quick introduction to service accounts, and there is this story that Elad Shamir, who is, I think, the VP research at SpecterOps. He has some talks about Kerberos, and in his talks, he starts with this story that I really love, in which he explains some concepts in Kerberos. Now, I will just summarize the relevant parts for us. So in his story, there is this amusement park. And in this amusement park, there are a lot of visitors. And every visitor, once they enter the park, they get a daily ticket, which in Kerberos we can translate it to TGT. Now, in the park, we have a lot of rides. So we have a cool roller coaster, and we have a Ferris wheel, and those rides are like services in Kerberos. So our organization maybe will have a web server and a database and stuff like that. And when a visitor wants to get on a ride, they need a ticket for that specific ride. So it's not enough to have a daily ticket. The visitor now needs to go to the ticket office and request a ticket for the specific ride. And once they, the ticket office will give them a ticket for that ride, and now they need to go to the ride operator, which is like a service account, which is the main focus of our talk. And they will go to the ride operator with the ticket that they got and present it. And the ride operator will need to validate it. So the ticket will have some information about the user. It will also include maybe the visitor height and age, and the different subscriptions that the user is related to. And maybe this is like a premium ride that only VIP members can get on. So it's up to the ride operator, the service account, to validate it. And in Active Directory, we have two types of service accounts. We have the legacy service account, which is, it's legacy, it's not that secure, it has some security risk involved, and one of the most major point is that those type of accounts are a target to an attack called Kerberos sting. And in 2008 and 2012, Microsoft introduced managed service account and dMSA, which is group managed service account. Now, we don't really care about the differences from the two, like MSA and gMSA. So I will just refer to both of them as MSA. But the point is that they solved the security problems related to legacy service accounts. But here we are more than a decade after Microsoft introduced MSA, and I'm still talking about legacy service account. So that is because organizations today still uses legacy service accounts, and it's not because of the organization. It's not that they just don't want to upgrade. It's because that, well, we have two most relevant problems because, on why organizations don't still use legacy service accounts, sorry. So the first one is that MSA are just not fully supported. So in order for us to configure a service to run with an MSA, the service has to support it. And because some services just don't support it, we have a problem. And the second problem is that even if the service does support MSA, it will take a lot of time for the IT team to actually configure the service, to actually configure a service with an MSA after it was configured with legacy service account, because they need to take, like to see the permissions are the same, and that the Kerberos configurations are the same, and stuff like that. So it takes time and effort. But luckily for us, just recently in 2025, Microsoft introduced dMSA, which stands for Delegated Managed Service Account. Now, dMSA is brand new. It has all of the advantages that the old MSA had, but this time the IT team can just lay back and relax because there is a really cool new migration process that lets IT teams just take one account, a legacy service account, and migrate it into a dMSA. All of the services that used the legacy service account will now use the dMSA, and the IT team doesn't need to take care of anything, and it doesn't matter if the service supports MSA or not, it will still work. So that is pretty amazing. And so I wanted to look at how this migration process actually worked because it sounded really good. So we can actually split the migration process into 3 phases. So we need to start the migration, then we need to wait, and then we can complete the migration. Now, before I will talk about each of them, let's see how authentication looks like before we start the migration. So I have an SQL server, and this server is running an SQL service, and I've configured this service to run with a legacy service account. So when the service will need to authenticate in the domain, it will send an authentication request with SVC SQL, which is the name of my legacy user, and the DC will respond with a TGT. So, okay, we can now start the migration. I created a new dMSA. I called it dMSA $, and I just started the migration, and what happens is that the 2 accounts are being linked. So each of them will have an attribute pointing to the other object. And the second thing that will happen in this stage is that SVC SQL, the legacy service account, will be granted write access on a certain permission on the dMSA. Now, this attribute is pretty important. What it does, it controls who can authenticate as the dMSA. So in the next slide, I will explain why the SVC SQL, the legacy service account, need this access on the dMSA. So now we have started the migration, and the service needs to authenticate once again. So it sends an authentication request just as before, but this time it will receive a different reply because it will receive a TGT, but it will also have an additional information which says this user is going to be superseded by dMSA $. Now, when the Kerberos client, which is what handles the Kerberos for the SQL server, when the Kerberos client will receive this message, it will automatically send an LDAP command to request the DC to allow SQL SRV, which is the current server we are working on, to authenticate as the dMSA. Now, it does that with the attribute that I talked about in the previous slide, because we gave SQL SRV, SVC SQL the permissions to control the attribute. They can now allow SQL SRV to authenticate as the dMSA. This is the purpose of the waiting phase, because we want to make sure that every server that is currently using the legacy service account will have access to authenticate as the dMSA once the migration has been completed. So now we wait for about a week, and then we can complete the migration, and when we do that, the legacy service account will be disabled, and some Kerberos configurations will be copied to the dMSA. Now, when the server will need to authenticate, once again, it will issue an authentication request, but this time it will receive an error. The error will have additional information which says that this user was superseded by dMSA $. Now, when the Kerberos client will see this message, it will automatically request to authenticate as the dMSA, as dMSA $. And because it appears on the attribute that controls who can authenticate as the dMSA, it will work, and we are authenticated as dMSA $. So this is pretty cool, and almost everything that I just showed you is from Microsoft documentation about dMSA. But there was this one thing that was missing. It sounds like there is a really cool new migration process, and it takes care of everything, but the documentation didn't mention privileges at all. And if we have this cool migration process that takes care of everything, what is going on with privileges? We want to make sure that the new dMSA will have access to everything that the old account had. So if we look at how privileges looks like in Kerberos, so we have a structure that is called the pack, which we have in Kerberos tickets. So the pack have some information about the user, and it will also hold a list of every group that the user is a member of. So we'll have the user and all of the groups that they are a member of. And I have created a new dMSA, and I started the migration. And I completed the migration, and now I checked, and the dMSA is not a member of any group. So I expected the dMSA pack to look like this. But when I checked, it wasn't actually the case. So I guess what happens is that Microsoft engineers have to watch Dragon Ball, because in order to solve this problem, they too knew that when a problem is just too big, there is only one solution, which is fusion. Yeah, so good thing we are in the Cyber Science Association. So, when the DC got a request when I authenticated as the dMSA, the DC needs to build a pack. So at first it built a pack for the dMSA just as usual, and the pack was pretty empty. But then it also checked if this dMSA is superseding another account, and because it is, it also built a pack for the other account, for SVC SQL, and then just merged the two. So this is pretty cool. When I saw it, I was pretty shocked, because I was not aware of any mechanism in Active Directory that just lets you take privileges of one account, give it to another, and that's it. You don't have to change group membership. You don't need to do anything. So this is really cool. And I wanted to know if I can abuse it, if this is abusable. So spoiler alert, it is. But in order to explain it, I need to go back on how we actually start a migration. So in order to start a migration, we need to execute this PowerShell commandlet. And if we will try to execute it as a non-domain admin, because we want to abuse it, it will just fail. And it doesn't matter if we have control over the dMSA and the service account. It doesn't matter on who we have access if we are not a domain admin. So in order to understand why it fails, we need to understand what this PowerShell commandlet is doing. And what it does, it is just a wrapper for this LDAP root DSC operation. So, so this is just a request that is being sent to the DC to invoke some functionality. So I wanted to try and manually send this request as a non-domain admin, but again, it failed. So at this point, I checked, and apparently there is a verification on the DC to see if the caller is privileged enough to make this call. And because the caller is not a domain admin, they can't call it, and therefore we just fail. But when the DC does get this command, all it does is just changing some attributes. So at this point, I thought, okay, maybe I can just manually change the attributes myself and not go through this migration process. And it worked. So if we have control over a dMSA, we can link this dMSA into any account and get their privileges. It doesn't matter if we have control over the target account or not. And that is basically it. So this is bad successor. And here is an attack flow of an attacker that has a control over a dMSA, and they want to acquire a domain admin privileges. So all they need to do is to simulate a dMSA migration. They need to link the dMSA to a domain admin. Then they will need to authenticate as the dMSA, and the DC will just grant them domain admin privileges. So this is pretty cool, but there is a problem here because, as I said, dMSA is brand new. Most organizations don't use dMSA. So this is a huge problem. If we are an attacker and we are in a domain, probably they don't have dMSA, so we can't use that. And the second problem is that even if they do have dMSA, by default dMSA are being created in a specific container called managed service account container. Now, this container is highly restrictive, and only highly privileged accounts like domain admin have control over it. So even if the domain is using dMSA, we will probably don't have control over it. But luckily for attackers, as it turns out, dMSAs can be created in OUs as well. So OU is an organizational unit. It's like a folder in Active Directory. And while creating a dMSA in the managed service account container is hard, creating it in any OU and achieving access over any OU is, I'd say, much easier. So our fixed attack flow is that we have an attacker that has a control over any OU, and they can just create a dMSA. So now they will create a dMSA there, and we'll do the flow just as before. So this is a demo for that. We are running as a weak user. We are trying to add ourselves to domain admins, but we fail. Then we see that we have permissions to create objects in an OU called temp. So we are going to use it and create a dMSA there. Now we will link the dMSA to the administrator account. And now we need to authenticate as the dMSA. I will use Rubius for that. So now we are authenticated as the dMSA. And we try to add ourselves to domain admins once again. This time we succeed as we are running with administrator privileges. Thank you. So I've reported this vulnerability to Microsoft, which agreed that this is indeed a vulnerability. They said, however, that the vulnerability severity is moderate. They said it therefore does not meet their bar for immediate servicing. And they also said that even though that this is a moderate severity, it will be fixed in the future, and it was actually fixed on August 12. So I think 4 months after I reported it. So kudos to Microsoft. But the story doesn't end here. So when I first started the research, I saw this structure. So this structure holds the Kerberos keys for the dMSA. It holds both the current Kerberos keys and the previous ones. Now, Kerberos keys are basically like the password hash, right? So when we authenticate as the dMSA and get a TGT, this TGT will hold this structure, which again holds the current Kerberos keys and the previous one. Now, I saw it and I actually didn't give it any attention. I didn't thought that it means anything, and I just went on. But then when I did a demo, I saw this response. So this is the decoded response of the structure that we just saw. And here you can see that we have the current keys on top and the previous keys on the bottom. Now, a weird thing that at the time I didn't recognize is that we have something in previous keys. And this is a dMSA that I have just created and migrated and, well, simulated a migration and linked it to administrator. This user doesn't have a previous password. It's pretty weird that it has previous keys, but at the moment I didn't recognize it. The thing that actually caught my eye was the value in previous keys. So when I saw it, I immediately knew that this is an NTLM hash of a specific password, and it's not usually that I just recognize NTLM hash and I know the password. I'm not that weird, but this is the NTLM hash of a specific password. This is the NTLM hash of this password, which I always use in my lab environments. So I also configured administrator with this password. And as it turns out, when I linked the dMSA to administrator, I didn't only get the privileges of administrator, I also got their credentials. So that means bad successor can be used to just dump credentials from both users and computers in the domain. Now, I did a tweet about it in which I show that I'm running a script. Yeah, okay. I'm running a script, and it will just dump credentials of users in the domain, including KRBTGT, which I think is the most critical user in the domain. Now I'm showing you this tweet because there was this one comment that I really loved. So seems quite moderate. Yeah, so this is, as it turns out, not that important. And that is the end of bad successor before the patch. And now we will move on to bad successor after the patch. So as I said, in August, Microsoft sent me a message. They said that bad successor has been assigned a CVE, and that they will be releasing a patch in the upcoming days. Now, when they sent me this message, I had an idea, or at least that's what I thought, about how they will fix it. And in order to understand my thought, we need to go back a couple of slides. So in this slide, I talked about the LDAP root DSC operation. I said that this was a secure operation that we can only call it as a domain admin. I also said that we can just bypass it by changing some attributes. So what I thought was that Microsoft will probably restrict LDAP modify request from these attributes. And therefore, they will enforce that migrations will only be done by the root DSC operation, which is secured. So I wanted to test if I'm really correct about the approach that Microsoft will go with. So I opened up my lab and I installed the patch. And I got back to the wiki account, which has just privileges to create objects in an OU. And I created a new dMSA, and I tried linking this dMSA to the administrator account, like we did before. And I expected this to fail because, again, I thought Microsoft will block LDAP rights to this attribute. But it didn't fail. So I was really surprised. I thought that I should try and authenticate with the dMSA. So I used Rubius. And I got an error. So the patch is working. I can still link the dMSA to any account, but I can no longer authenticate with the dMSA. So this is pretty weird because normal dMSA authentication should work. So I was curious on what exactly they did, and I thought that the next place I should look on is KDC SVC DLL, which is the DLL that handles Kerberos tickets processing on the DC. So I opened up IDA, and I had a patched version of this DLL, and I had an unpatched version. So I also opened up BinDiff, and I got a list of almost 300 functions that appears in the patched version, but not in the unpatched one. So 300 is about, it's pretty much, it's just too much. So I tried just searching for dMSA, and I had luck because I ended up with this list that has some very great function names. So we can see that there is a feature now that is called KDC dMSA verify link. So now I had a pretty good guess on what they did to fix it and why I can no longer authenticate with my dMSA. So if we think about it, a normal migration should look like this. We have a dMSA and we have a user, and we link the two. And the link is mutual. We have an attribute on the dMSA that we link it to the user, but we will also have an attribute on the user that we link it into the dMSA. What we just did is I had control over the dMSA, and I just linked the dMSA to the user. And this link is not mutual. So what the patch actually checks now, it checks to see if the link is mutual. And that means that we can no longer use bad successor for privilege escalation. But if we have access on the user, if we have write access and we can change the attribute that takes care of the link, we can just link the user back to the dMSA, creating a mutual link, and now we can authenticate as the dMSA. Now, if we can authenticate with the dMSA, it means that we now can still get the pack of the user and the credentials of the user, even if the environment is patched. So, as I see it, bad successor can still be used in two scenarios. Now, those two scenarios, it's not novel. There are different attacks that can be used instead in those scenarios, but they will generate different logs, and it will just look differently. So attackers might want to use it in order to evade detection. So I think it's worth that defenders would know about it too and will be aware. So the first scenario is user compromise. So let's say that we have an attacker. The attacker is low privileged in the domain, but they do have write access on another user that they want to compromise. They can now just write to the link attribute if they have control over an OU. And they just get the credentials and the pack of the user. They can do whatever they want as that user, but still while working with their dMSA. Their actions won't be shown as the user is doing it, but instead the dMSA. And the second scenario is when attacker already achieved domain compromise. One thing that is really common, that attackers are either doing Desync or will try to copy the NTDSD, which is the Active Directory database. So now they have another alternative. They can execute bad successor and just dump the credentials of the entire domain. Here we have a demo for that. So we are running as an attacker now. This user is a domain admin. and we will just invoke some script that will just dump the credentials of the entire domain, including KRBTGT and every other account. Yeah, so that is it about bad successor. And now let's move forward to detection. So the first point is defenders should configure a SACL, and then every time that a new dMSA will be created, they will get a log. Now, on the log, we have the OU in which the dMSA was created. So it's worth looking for dMSA that are being created in an anomalous OU, because usually they are meant to be created in specific OUs or containers. The second one is to check who created the dMSA. And also, defenders should configure a SACL for dMSA linkage. So once again, we have the dMSA, we have who linked the dMSA, and we have who is the superseded user. So defenders can look for dMSA that are being linked to highly privileged accounts or to accounts that are not being disabled in the same moment, because the normal migration process will disable the service account. So that can be a detection too. Another log, and this is a default one. So when we, this was a log for GMSA. So when we fetch the password for a GMSA, this log will be generated. But this log is also generated for dMSA. And in dMSA, we don't actually fetch the password. We just can't. But when we authenticate as the dMSA, when we request a TGT, the TGT will include the dMSA password. And apparently, the DC is fetching the password, and therefore, this log will be created. Now, a pretty weird thing about this log is when we do it with GMSA, we have the caller seed field and the caller IP field. They will be populated with the correct values. But when we request a TGT for dMSA, this log will be generated, but the caller seed will have the seed of anonymous logon, and the caller IP will be blank. So I think it's pretty interesting. I think it's worth digging, but I just didn't have the time yet. But if anyone wants to look at it and let me know, I will be really happy to know what's going on here. So let's talk about conclusions. So new is not necessarily secure. So this is not just a new feature, it is a new security feature that was designed with security in mind. But still, this is abusable. It doesn't mean that there are no vulnerabilities there, and it's a good thing to keep that in mind. The second point is to never skip the obvious, because when I saw the packed merging thing, I talked with my manager, and he told me, well, maybe you can just change some attributes and then link the dMSA to another account. And I was like, no, that sounds way too easy. They probably blocked it. But I checked, and it was just that easy, and good thing that I listened to him. So the next point is to log and alert on dMSA creations links. I talked about that. And the final point is dMSA is a great new feature. I really encourage organizations to use it. I think it will, it can really improve the posture of your organization. Just migrating the legacy service accounts to dMSAs. I think it's really cool. Final point, so acknowledgement. So I want to say thank you to Garrett Foster. He had a great Black Hat talk in USA called clustered points of failure attacking Windows Server failover clusters. His presentation has some connections point to bad successor, but unrelated to that, I really loved his talks and I really loved his presentation. So I talked with him and he gave me a lot of tips and he really helped me with building this presentation. So I just wanted to say thank you to him. And another acknowledgement, I don't have a point for that, but thank you for my fiance who flew all the way here just to hear me speaking about a topic that she don't understand. So thank you. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a few questions from the audience. First question, why was the criticality medium? Isn't this kind of bad? What are the conditions under which you cannot successfully execute this attack?
Yeah, okay, so this is a great question. You can execute this attack if the environment has at least one DC running Windows Server 2025. And that's it. There is no other requirements. If the environment has a 2025 DC, then and you have an access on an OU, you can just compromise the entire domain. Microsoft said that this is considered as not as a low privileges because by default users don't have access on OUs. I don't think this is really connected to the reality because I looked in organizations and over 91% of them, of the environments I checked, had low privileged user, non-tier 0, that had access on OUs. So I just disagree with Microsoft severity, but that's fine, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Next question, could you repeat the attack precondition for starting the dMSA migration by changing the attributes? As far as I understood, the bar is very low, which makes a moderate severity assignment by Microsoft look weird. I guess people are really hung up on the severity.
Yeah, so it's, let me see the question, sorry, I didn't understand the stuff.
Precondition.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I just talked about the account precondition. We need to have Windows Server 2025 DC and control over an OU. Yeah.
Last question, this really, they changed them. This really looks like secretsdump.py for the future. How's detection nowadays in identity security tools based on your experience?
Based on my experience, there are great tools for detection for identity attacks. I actually worked for a company that does this, and yeah, I think, yeah.
So they exist.
Yeah, they exist. There are amazing tools. I don't want to promote and stuff, but there are amazing tools, and there is also we have secrets dump, but someone also did bad success or key dump or something like that. So we also have that. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're all good with questions.
Okay.
Thank you again, Yuval. Another round of applause for you.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay. We are getting into the closing the conference. I think next up we will have some, yes, please. Okay, so I guess we can start by thanking all the attendees here. Today we had a great event. I think we have some pictures here that shows the engagement. Yes. Conference room full, our gadgets, our kids busy at work.
So I think we can give some number at the end. Yeah. So we had more than 900 check-ins. That is our record. And so we are very happy about that. So we had like a no-show rate about 15%. That is good. And so we had a full room all the day. That is very, I think also for the speakers is a good room. You have a lot of people attending, a lot of people interested in. And we had, I think, 35 kids attending both the morning session and the afternoon session. So I went there and was like crazy. But I think they were very happy about the activity they had. Another interesting thing is that we managed to sell all the badges we had. So you remember we said that we had custom badges for the conference with the CTF inside to win 3 hacker camps tickets. So I was a little bit, I don't know, so I say, oh.
Do we have any winners?
I think no, because it's not so easy. Yeah, so Patrizio made the challenge. I think it takes, probably we will have some winner in a few days or weeks, probably.
So the contest is open for the next few days?
Yes, the contest is always open. This means that you can go home, start hacking the badge, and I think that if we don't have any winner in the next days, we will send some hint on our social networks, so people can like unlock some very hard level. So that's it, and we sold, I think, 80 badges that were very good. And you see here some stickers. I hope you enjoy. You loved also the t-shirts, the stickers, our design, because we invested a lot of time on that, you know. And other than that, other than that, I want to call on the stage Mauri, Luca, and the guys from the live hacking event. Come here, please.
Hey. Hola. Well, so as we were introducing during the morning, we had live hacking events by young guests. That was on Sorgenia's infrastructure, which is company into the industry sector here in Italy, around, I guess, like 1 million customers in Italy or something. So yeah, that was pretty cool. And we have here the results of the hacking event. So I guess that I will leave, go for that.
Yeah, thank you, Mari. My name is Luca. I'm a CEO co-founder of Unguess Security. This is the platform that manages the live hacking. Thanks to the guy here, that was a pleasure to be here and do some hacking together. This was some picture of the room of hacking. All the hackers, we have been there for like 10 hours straight, not eating nothing, just do hacking. Yeah, I want to just say thank you to everybody and give some prize to the winner and all. So the third position of the on the stage is Nadino. Bring a round of applause. Thank you. Nadino is not here. He had a fly, so he just left for the fly. Sorry about that, but he's not here. We will give him the prize digital, maybe, or remotely. But yeah, and then that jump on the second one is Leorak. So Leorak, bring a round of applause. Come on the stage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. So phase 2 for the picture. Okay, thank you. Smiling face. You're asking smiling face. Okay. Thanks again. Thanks. And then the winner for the competition is Cosa des? Cosa des? No? Okay. they fight, seems they fight. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Nice work.
Thank you.
And then we have another couple of prizes for the Overload Award. That means guys that did more vulnerabilities. And the winner is our team, actually. Lorak, Al, 7X, and CU. Come on stage.
Again. Oh.
Thanks, guys. The last one for the Power Surge Award. Again, a team. Congratulations to Kozades, Diodas, Alice, and Welwet. I don't know if I'm saying the right names, but yeah. Come on stage.
Two and two. Let me. Okay. So it's okay.
Let's go.
Thank you. Okay, here you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks again, everybody. Thanks to Sorgenia.
Thank you for inviting me and
at this event. And
thank you for the hardcares that participated in the event.
Okay, thank you. And Francesco also have the opportunity to put his scope under the pressure of hacking. So that's the big pressure for him. Okay. Thank you. Thank you again. Big round of applause for them again. Thank you. Congrats.
So here we are. So we are closing the conference right now. And again, thanks to our sponsor. So you see our sponsors, gold, silver, whatever. Thanks again for their support. Check the webpage for the job opportunities. And another reminder, so next year we will have the camp. So we don't run the conference like today. So we will have a more wild experience on camping here in Rome. Will be the second edition. We will have a lot of hacker communities coming from Europe, Italy, whatever, and everyone is invited to join, of course.
When are the tickets gonna be live?
I think in January we will have all the tickets available because we know that. So you have to. So it's a 4-day experience because the camp is like on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You come probably on Thursday, and so people need to organize their trip. And but in January we will have the tickets and early bird tickets live for sure.
So make sure that you follow CyberScience social channels.
Yeah, of course we have a lot of social whatever. You follow us to have news. After that, so last part, the fun part. So we will move at 7 at Noctua. That, as I said this morning, is not far from the location, from the venue. Is like 1 kilometer, 10 minutes by walk. So some of us are already moving to organize the check-in, whatever. So think that we will give now, after in a few minutes, we will give the ticket for the free drink. But keep in mind that if you don't have the ticket, you can join us. No problem at all. Just come. Also, if you don't have the free ticket. So we have an open bar. This means that with 10 euros, you pay there 10 euros, so you drink whatever you want. So it's a way to stay together, to close the conference, to make networking. So I think it's the right way to close the conference, this full day.
Where do they get the tickets?
So now we are giving the tickets. So I call on stage our staff. Please come, guys. And just to take the last picture of the day, Gabriele. And so after that, you can come here and we give you the free ticket, the ticket for the free drink. And as I said, join us also if you don't have the ticket, no worries. Everyone is welcome to join. Picture? Okay, thank you. So, some of us, please take the tickets and give to the guys. Yeah. So, see you next year at the camp, and thank you very much for attending RomHack this year. Thank you very much, guys.